Good day and good evening, and welcome back to the actual, finale of the Dawntrail MSQ stream series here. We're going straight to the dungeon. And I'm pretty sure there's no one waiting around wishing to join me right now. From what I could hear, those that have joined me for the previous dungeons are busy with this and that. So I will try to queue. If it works, I'll do that. Doesn't work, then we'll do duty support. That's the whole plan. That's the whole plan. $10. I could give it a little bit. See if it maybe is less than 10 minutes. When it really comes to it. Frantic piano music. I'll give it at most those 10 minutes. At most. I think it'll be more like 5 minutes. If it doesn't pop within 5 minutes, then I'm doing a duty support. Because we have places to be. Places to be and things to see. The wait time increased. That's usually not a good sign. Can you join, Bob? Are you ahead of me? If you want, you can join. But have you unlocked Origenics? Same quest. Oh. Are you ready? Yeah, I guess the problem is, of course, that there's probably a lot more DPS queuing for it than tanks and healers. As is tradition. We can give it a little bit. See if we can make it in as double DPS. Double mage, even. Double mage! Also, by the way, I hope you're both doing well, Bob and Matthew. It'll be even worse when we get to the trial, I'm sure. Because for each 2 DPS, well, for each group, then we'll just need, 2 groups worth of players for the trial. Although if people are doing them in sequence, then often the same DP, the same tanks and healers and DPS will match up in a way. And max 10 minutes at most for queues? Well, let's see. I've heard many different results from different players. Where it partly depends on when you queue, I think. And we are also reaching a point where as we get up to higher level, this might sound a little wild, but level 91 to 97 dungeons are dungeons that are more likely to end up with a secondary job being leveled, and they're spamming like leveling roulette or something, there's a much higher chance that something like this one, which is level 99, people are just not queuing for it. Aside from the ones that have done it. Or rather need to do it, I should say. Seems like the queue time went down though. And the level 100 dungeon has expert roulette to help. That's true. Although I don't know how many players will be spamming expert roulette right now. But yes, indeed. That is indeed part of it as well. It's that this dungeon specifically falls in the awkward spot of being a leveling dungeon, but it's also like there's only one level of players that would be interested in doing it as a leveling dungeon. So it might be a longer queue. You know, it is funny. I wonder if players could more easily grasp the queue times if you could see how many are in queue or something. Like, imagine you queue for Origenics and it just shows you like a blob of how many players that there are of each role, and then you see like a giant blob of DPS players, like says you are here, like and towards the exit. And then there's like a tiny blob of healers or tanks, and then there's just one line that is empty. Super low FPS in a hunt train? I could imagine that. A lot of people doing the hunt trains right now. Certainly. At least those people that have reached the end and are doing that stuff. Oh, we have a tank now. Maybe we'll get a healer. What's the rest of the group? Nice. Well, we have 2 pink-wearing orders and 2 Lalafels. This is a weird set of defenders for such a dungeon. They're also very tanky, it feels like. Either I'm lagging or our healer is having a little bit of lag. Wait, what? Wall? Door? That was the weirdest combo I could have ever done. That was entirely unhelpful. Transpose into fire starter fire 3 immediately. Here's the healer. Okay. There's nothing bad about it. It's just something we need to be aware of. Just in case. What's this? Row upon row of names are shown in the terminal display. It appears to be a list of those who were recently taken to the cloud. Might Namika be among them? So that's a creature and a half. I don't know what that means. Do you know what item level the crafted gear will be when it comes out? Ow. Wow. I'm not sure what the sign was. There was so little time to react that it feels like it was a mistake on my end. I don't know yet, Crayons, because I'm not actually sure what the... like item level we have we will have access to is at all yet. By which I mean, right off the top of my head, I can't remember what it would become. But I do believe it is something that we could guess at. I have no idea what the order is for any of this. Feels almost random. Matthew says 710. Thank you. It should be like 20 item levels higher than... I'd guess 20 item levels higher than whatever the item level of the potential gear we're given. Like artifact gear will be. 20 above, something like that. behind a second. An interesting quality of life of Fire Paradox being always instant is that if you are using like triple cast, it will never eat your Paradox will never steal your triple cast stacks because it's instant automatically. Oh, that side again. The only thing you can do with the those poison splatters, all you know is it's going to be at mostly the side he's punching on. It's a little rough. A little rough. But yeah, 710. That does sound about right. Does it? Yeah, it does. It matches with what we've expected from previous expansions. For Endwalker, the crafted gear started with 580, and that's 50 item levels higher than like the Poetics gear from Shadowbringers. And yeah, the extremes will be the same. Uh-oh. And the normal rate will be the same. Can we survive until the healer finds their way back to us? Or are we in... I should focus one at a time. Give it everything you have, Ariets. We can survive this. That one is being focused. These are the times where it is important to keep track of whether you need to kill everything fast or you need to kill something fast to stabilize. What happened to our healer? Uh-oh. The connection got to them. Yeah, for comparison's sake, Crayons, if this is something you're interested in, I believe the Tombstone gear, so the gear for these aesthetics, apparently they only give you half a tombstone per tombstone this time around. Because the icon looks like a half a tombstone. That will be item level 700 flat, I'm pretty sure. And the artifact gear and the accessories and stuff you'll find in max level dungeons will be it would be 690, right? Very nice item level. Well, to my knowledge, usually when the character actually disappears is the sign that they might be coming back. Or that it'll be coming back sooner. Pop says, I'm glad I leveled Red Mage. Yeah, it's understandable. I'll say in most of the dungeons where... I think there's been one dungeon where when we wiped, it was like a situation where if only I had been a Red Mage, I could have done something about it. I think it was only once. Oh wait, twice. I think. Twice. in all of the dungeons I've done through the MSQ. That doesn't mean it isn't helpful, and it doesn't mean that if I had been a red mage and been able to like offer more support, it wouldn't have been more reliably helpful. But do we have the same hairstyle? Sorry. But it's more to say that we get, like, it's not that bad to not have a rest, but we have been helpful just this time. Like, the 2 times I'm talking about when it's not in this dungeon. In this dungeon, I was dead each time that it could have been helpful. Wow. Should have done that in a more efficient manner. Yeah, a res and a heal. It's always nice to have. According to our data, this is where the souls are stripped of memories. Need the souls of the white matter, and they're being sent to Zoralja. Wow. And this, and then we switch gears. Boss time? Boss time. Also loot time. That reminds me of the the boss in Dunskate. What's her name? It's the same mechanic. With the same tail. That's mean, in a way. Because you'd only know for sure. Uh-oh, our healer's DCing again. Walls? 2 of them are fake. I guess we need the real ones this time. Yes. Oh. I think this is what we call a wipe. I'll just... I'll take myself out. It's fine. You no. Ow. Those are some cool mechanics, though. What is happening for our healer? There they are. Right. We try again. With a bigger burst this time because we're actually ready. Ah. Or rather, I was at least ready. With everything. They really like that mechanic. And then there's the walls. It's going to be the same pattern. Or a different pattern. Same pattern. Then we could probably predict it's this. Yep. And then there's a knock to the sides. Now that we know it's the wall. Uh-oh. Oh, thank you. I think. Oh no. Will you live? Ooh, that's not good. It's only one fake this time. We have to react quickly. Because there's an overlap of mechanics. No, there are two! I didn't see the other one! There was exactly two! Oh man! Oh no. I got so shocked that I dropped out of my umbral ice. I think I put that too far into this side. Much better. Apparently there's exactly two of them, and we're supposed to find the fake that is on the safe side. I was expecting them to like resolve one at a time. And then, well, they didn't. Oh. Nah. A little scary. More doors! Oh. Uh-oh. Another empty room. Kind of empty room. Well, it's just you two, then it's just you two. Was it called Warning Spike? Or Warding Spike, maybe. Hey, I rolled a 1. Two dudes again. Can I read this real quick? There's too much. It's something that would be better done by like revisiting the dungeon later. It's the turtle! Wait, is that a boss? What is that? And flap. It's a big old turtle. It's an automatoise, not to be confused with an adamantoise. Because it's a machine. Kind of. It's mostly a whoa. Can it be stunned? If it can, that would be mighty helpful. It's a mount as well. Yeah, I did. I actually saw someone else with it earlier. I wonder where it comes from. When I was doing the Agasudara tribe quest, I saw someone spinning in on this. Like, just for a moment. It's not very hard to get. Where do you get it? Rosie the Undeparted. Reminds me of the the Eden fight. The first one, if it is E1. It's bought for coconuts. Ah. The mobs out on the sides also reminds me of the first boss in the twinning. I think I'll hold one triple cast just in case. Oh no! Super fluty? Okay, I think I get this. I have a feeling I know what's going to happen there, but this is not... that mechanic wasn't important on its own. Are you going to combine it with anything? Oh, that was what he was combining it with. Right. Yes, I will combine it with something. Reminds me of Diamond Weapon. Okay, that was mean of me. It was also really funny. It was mean, but also extremely funny. Just jump to the healer and then put down my ley lines immediately. Oh no, it's my spot. Find your own. I was here first now. I decide that I was here first. Just replant my ley lines just to really drive the point home. Which way is he facing? Oh. Healer dead. There's only one set of cages left. Should have used Fire 3 there. Nice. That's a cool fight. I feel like there was a lot of callbacks in this dungeon. Or maybe it's just because we've seen so many mechanics in the game that it's like everything's a callback eventually. Well, at least this boss had a lot of callbacks. The second boss was pretty unique, and the first one was also, I guess. That was the nonsense I said, saying it had a lot of callbacks. Just this boss had so many that for some reason I convinced myself it was all of it.
It's not opening.
Shale, can you see to the lock?
Just a moment.
Alright, Bob. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a trial right after. Oh, you already know.
Never reliable.
Fair enough.
Follow
Enjoy
the
dinner.
passage inside and you'll come to an elevator. It'll take you to the 11th level.
Right. Let's keep moving.
And thank you for joining me, Bob. We've seen this area before. It's where Zoralja and Sveen discussed stuff.
The 11th level. Just below the summit.
Wouldn't it be funny if there wasn't a 12th level and they just made a joke out of there being a secret 12th level?
Look. Soul cells. This is where they're kept.
What? Then these are all...
Indeed. Many died in the attack. Their souls would have been processed and transported here for storage. Or so I had expected.
A soul cell is supposed to light up green when loaded, isn't it? Yet the light is out on most of these.
Don't tell me he's already used them up. That's why he cut down one of his own. For the regulator. Who's there?
How?
Alphino! And Y'shtola and Estinian too!
How?
Lest you wonder, all is well in Taral. The enemy has withdrawn, freeing us up to come and lend you a hand.
How did they get in that way?
The backroom crew gave us a briefing.
Oh.
No rest for the righteous as usual, eh?
The idea of empowering oneself with souls is rather reminiscent of void-sent practices. I should be keen to learn more about the process, after more pressing matters have been resolved.
I believe I speak for everyone when I say I'm glad you're here.
This feels like we need 8 players.
As you'll have heard, the Alexandrians have suffered heavy casualties. We must stop Zoralja before it gets any worse.
Onward to the summit!
I thank you for coming with me this far, my friends. And I ask you to lend me your strength one last time.
Maybe not one last time.
Together, let us defeat Zoralja and safeguard the future of Tulihyolal.
And the world.
And here is where I must excuse myself. Come back in one piece. You hear me?
We will. Every one of us.
Killer the Cat says, have you ever watched The Emperor's New Groove? Yes, I have. That one scene of when the bad guys cut ahead of them with no explanation. It's been a while. I imagine it was for... they did something hilarious to explain it somehow. That it didn't need to be explained. That would be like Emperor's New Groove. They pulled down the map showing how they was left behind, and everyone's like, who knows? That is pretty funny. They made it there first. How? At least they pointed out themselves. I believe that's called lamp shading. Can't make fun of it because they know.
What in the world is that?
Did we go into the void?
It couldn't be. A void gate.
It's enormous.
Aye. It dwarfs even the one Zeromus opened.
That is no void gate. It doesn't lead to the 13th.
Oh.
Then...
Yes. In all likelihood, it's a portal to yet another reflection.
The one this place comes from, perhaps?
By the 12. To think that realities being fused together was only the beginning.
The speculation must wait. He's here.
Doesn't look well.
There is a limit to how much ether a living being can harbor while retaining its physical form. Zoralja has far exceeded that limit.
Oops.
With the souls he has absorbed, he has attained power to rival even a king among Voidsent, but at a terrible cost.
12 have mercy.
What cost?
Brother? It ends here and now.
How it vexes when you call me brother. Brother, blood heir, resilient son. Who am I? What is my path? Why was I born?
I am Wuklamat, vow of resolve of Tulihyolol,
Okay.
and you are Zorolja, king of resolve of Alexandria. For the last time, we fight. For duty. For blood. For everything.
Yes, we fight. Hold nothing back. This multitude of souls I shall burn to the last mote. I will kill you and prove the miracle. I will prove that I am Father's true successor.
Everkeep. He's blue. Whoa. Wow. What is the group we're getting actually? For a moment, I was expecting Alizé to have to go healer because Stola's a sorceress now. And all that. But that makes sense. Let me check what the queue time is before I do it this way. Less than 5 minutes. We can do that. Wow! I can't. Hey, can I have your autograph? Hey? Can't put my life in BC's hands. Well, the thing is, I could do that. It was just, I genuinely find it more enjoyable to do it with players. I'll give it like a moment, see how many, like, what play positions are missing. Because if it's like, it gives it a moment, then goes, yeah, you have a 3 DPS and 1 tank, then it might be a while. Whereas if it says, like, have one of each role or something, then we're getting somewhere. Like, that's the interesting thing, is that if you have a whole, like, one whole slot filled and it's yours, but the 2 others are empty, then you don't know how far in the queue you are for a tank or a healer. But if you have one of each, then you know that you're probably next. Like, you don't know how many groups are in front of yours. That's also why I was like, when we saw we had a tank for Origenics, it almost instantly filled with a healer as well. But I just need to know. Like, I'll give it to 3 minutes, I think. See what happens. The weirdest part is that because this is a level 99 trial, it means that there's more. We're missing. We don't have any tanks. I can report there's no tanks. They said no tanks. We have healers. We're also low on DPS apparently. Hey Angel. We caught the dubstep. I don't know. Normally I'm not a big fan of dubstep, but this is excellent. 12 minutes. That's a bit too long, I feel. I feel like the duty can be done by then. I'll wait until that says at most 5 minutes, and then I'll do duty support. You were trying to not... Oh, right, because you're a tank. You see, I just won't be jumping around because I'm a black mage. It's like, I can't. Maybe I'll be jumping when I do triple cast. Yeah, exactly, Killer the Cat. Oh, there we go. That when we get to these duties at this time in the expansion, it is almost certain that everyone here is going to be a first timer. And that means that all 8 of us have to be on this quest stage. Default setting says to give some insight. I did this trial 4 hours ago and I'm still...
With your all, I will make you kneel.
And I'm still doing MSQ things. That sounds surprising. Unless, of course, the rest of the quest are extremely long.
Let the victor's reign be sanctioned by the blood of the fallen. I need more power.
You know, that would be a lot more interesting to say, Zeralja, if you hadn't eaten, like, most of your people. Double-edged sword. He's doing the blade thing, and this is a normal, by the way. Remember, that was exclusive to the extreme version of Golbez back in the previous expansion. You see what I mean when I say that as we progress in expansion, the game does get harder. It's just we got better. What? Don't know what to do with this.
Is this my weakness given shape?
The one of our healers got sniped.
Down with you!
Down with you! Kind of had a feeling how that was going to go already. That is an interesting spiral mechanic. Oh, it's coming out again. Ah. He has 2 damage stacks. He has a soft enrage just like the previous trial.
Be gone, along with my pitiful past.
And then they come out again? I'm getting hit. It's going to be hard. He has 3 stacks now.
I am the worthy king. There is no miracle. This is my path.
Okay. For a second I thought he'd hold back there.
I trust only in myself.
What?
It's mine, the ultimate power.
He turned into a blessed sibling with only 1 head. That is pretty funny.
This power is proof of my authority.
Okay, I thought that would be something else. Don't know why. Oh, that's going to be a donut then, surely.
Creation yields to my command.
Ah. Oh. The reason why I haven't moved my ley lines very much, Killer, is simply because often I felt like, well, I need a weaving window to actually move it. So it's not that simple. Welcome back, Lexi.
My will resonates with reality.
What? Okay. Wait. What? Order. I didn't see the sign for which happened first.
Mine is the path.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Guess it's a portal?
Light my blades. All is mine to make and unmake. Blade.
Half circuit? Ah. Circular E plus half the room.
Mine is the power.
Oh, that bot needs help right now. Yeah, I saw the same, Killer. I immediately said to use healer LB myself. I usually say this, consider healer LB, because I don't want to be forceful. Maybe someone else has a better idea. But that looked dire. Speaking of dire...
Light my blades.
They go first.
No mercy.
Oh boy, that's a lot of damage. That was a multi-stack marker. Me first. Where are we going first? I misunderstood that one. Or rather, I read it wrong. It was obvious. I just saw it like those back there. Alright, that's a wipe. There's a checkpoint. Yeah, when he said no mercy and kept it.
This power is proof of my authority. Creation yields to my command.
I would imagine that there is such a checkpoint, Killer. Wouldn't it be weird if there wasn't? I'm pretty sure with NPCs, like, you have a few extra lives or something to that effect. But you still have to survive. Like, there's special restrictions for you. I'm pretty sure, unless they've changed it, of course.
My will resonates within reality.
Which one goes first? The glowing one. Well, for the mechanics that are hard to process quickly, the NPCs will make it easier because they process them faster. But as far as I know, some of the NPCs act weirdly because they act like their character would and things like that. So some of the NPCs might not be reliable as far as I've heard. But that's the case for the trial in Endwalker, at least. I'm pretty sure I'm fine.
All is mine to make and unmake. Blade.
Donut first this time, okay. He does it twice, right? Lucky me.
Mine is the power. Mine is the path.
Welcome back, Angel.
Fly, my blades.
I think this is fine. It's a lot more survivable when we're mostly standing. That was what was making it so impossible, was that we were missing too many people. That was what killed us, was that we were like down to 6 players when it started. And then we died. I had more people drop off throughout. Nope, it's over here. Both healers almost died. You see that we also have 2 scholars. They needed to be aware of it. That one had to be booked. One of them used Seraphism for that. You see? It ended up being good. The Dragoon is having trouble? Yeah, they are. It's okay. They're trying their best. I know they are. They know me. They said so in the chat. Ooh, we are going to need some rests. But well, our one healer is too low MP to do it. We're going to need everyone up in a moment.
Mine is the path. Fly, my blades.
Looks like we're recovering slowly. Oh, this is going to hurt so bad. Come on, healers, you can do it. They can. I heard the sound of a monk limit break and then it cancelled. I understand why, both because maybe we're going to need it for the healers in a second, but also because he needed to stand with the stack marker. And thunder! Oh. Scathe! Yes! Maybe they managed to change the numbers in the last moment, Skiller. Angel says, I feel like this trial wasn't as hard mechanic-wise as the first one. I don't know, maybe this one is just harder because it's, like, more punishing, in a way. Like, they can reduce the mechanical complexity if they instead go and making a mistake fatal.
brother.
So, it is to be defeat.
Father, is that you?
Why do you weep?
Because it hurts. Because I don't understand why it had to be this way. Why don't I know you? Why didn't you want me?
How could I be a father when my own spurned me? He left me nothing. No throne. No legacy. Nothing. And so, I had nothing to leave you.
Why does that matter? Couldn't you have just been there?
You ask a lost man for the way.
Wise words.
I do not presume to call you mine, nor do I desire anything of you. Would I leave behind that which I've gained by the sweat of my brow? It is yours to embrace or spurn. I walked the path of ruin. Unable to surpass further. Or Ramachi. So much for the resilient sun, the miracle.
Oi, that's a lot of souls. Wow, that's a lot of souls.
You think Papa left you nothing? You God's damned fool! You have the one thing he couldn't leave anyone else. You and Kululcha.
It's not over.
Zorolja is gone. There's no need to fight anymore. Sphene? Why are you here?
I wanted to express my gratitude to you all for vanquishing the King of Resolve and delivering my people. And to express my regret for what I've done to yours.
Your apologies won't bring back our dead or lessen your guilt. Still, to strike you down in revenge would trigger all-out war between our nations. More innocents would suffer. Even if we cannot be friends right now, we need to find a different path forward. A way that Tulihyolal and Alexandria can coexist.
I fear that can never be.
What do you mean?
There is no other path for us. It's too late. I cooperated with Zoralja because I needed the life force yielded by the slain to sustain the Endless. Of course, the king betrayed me, and with his army defeated, that plan can no longer be realized. But I can't. I won't fail my people. Be they possessed of flesh or no, all of them are dear to me. If there is something I can do for them, as their queen, I must do it.
Hear me, Sphene. We appreciate your commitment to serving the Alexandrians and have endeavored to understand your beliefs. Be that as it may, you must know it's wrong to sacrifice our living to save your dead.
I see. It's because you do not know them that you believe they're dead.
Actually, Sphene, everyone in the city except you do not even remember those people, so, you know, food for thought.
They're not. So long as they are remembered, they shall never die.
So we just have to kill you.
You understand, don't you? No matter what anyone may say, I refuse to believe that Kafkiwas is a hollow existence. That she can simply be allowed to fade away.
Your Majesty.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others. For them, I will do anything. No price is too high.
That's the key to the Golden City.
7 hells.
What is it?
There exists a legend in Alexandria. In ages past, faced with a calamity in their world, a clan of people used a singular power to flee to ours. The key which manifests this power answers to fervent desires, desperate, all-consuming supplications that have given rise to many a miracle. That key holds the secret to interdimensional fusion, and unraveling its mysteries was the foremost mission of the scientists of preservation. Alas, they failed to fully grasp its workings, leaving us with only partial control over it. Nevertheless, if I'm to sustain the inhabitants of living memory, I have no choice but to call upon its power.
And do what with it?
For hundreds of years I tried, but it was all to no avail. My benevolence did naught to protect my realm. But I can still take up arms and fight. If bloodshed will save my subjects, then I will become history's most brutal queen.
What the? Slurp up the gate?
Wait.
What? Blue skies. How?
Oh, Sphene.
Hey Grandage, hope you're doing well. Yes, it's because history always says how well a brutal queen ends up. Go for it. Yeah, I know, right? That never ends badly. That woman, Sphene, was it? In all likelihood, her true form lies in the reflection yonder. But how to go after her now? Kafkisha might know something, but her vessel ceased to function when the portal closed. Let's examine it. With luck, it will yield some much-needed clues. Woman needs grief counseling and a long vacation. Yeah, probably. That would probably help. Kafkisha's vessel shows no sign of life. Kafkisha said that she operates her vessel from afar. Could something have befallen her? The words Sphene spoke to your mother, did they mean anything to you? Those who came from my village, none of them remembered her. Good point, Killer. I was thinking it's the same. It shows no sign of life. Yeah, duh. It's the same as what we witnessed happen to those who knew Namika. Then Kafkisha is... You noticed something, didn't you? Whatever it is, please tell me. While Sveen projected herself onto machines, Kavkisha controlled hers remotely, but to me they appeared identical in their existence. Both were inorganic objects suffused with faint amounts of ether. When that ether faded, they became lifeless husks. And as we all saw, this happened to both the moment the portal closed. So Kavkisha was operating her vessel from the reflection beyond? But if none of her friends and acquaintances here remember her, then Kavkisha is an endless too. Plug it in for 6 hours at least. Yeah, charge it. Maybe that'll help. The endless. Those who are recreated from memories of the departed. All this time, my mother was dead. She fooled us all. Sveen, for one, does not seem to think of them in that way. No, she loves them like she does all her citizens, and she'll do anything to protect them. Yeah, she said that a few times. Such as plundering ether from the source. Alas, Soralja had his own agenda and spoiled the plan. But now that she possesses the key, she could target other reflections without our interference. Reflections whose people have no idea what she's willing to do. Then the people of the source are not the only ones in danger. We must stop her. We have to go where Sveen has gone. I want to talk to her again, and perhaps we'll find Kavkisha as well. With the gate closed, we need to find an alternate means of passage. I will look into it. Thank you. Let us begin by investigating this place. There may be clues relating to what lies beyond. Let me help. I'll do whatever you need me to do. Anything at all. Of course, my friend. Your knowledge and expertise would be most welcome. Welcome back, Shaq. We just did the trials. We've done the dungeon and the trial. That's it. I expect the investigation will take time. Perhaps you'd like to head back below with Gululja and get some rest? By the way, Shaq. Just saying. Make sure you have Seraph... Actually, no, you don't have Seraph in your Sage. Make sure you know how to use your level 100 ability, because I think you're gonna need it. This was a tough fight for the healers. Let me just say that. That's not a bad idea. We do need to share these developments with those in the back room as well. Come on, Gululja. AoE damage central, yeah, with guaranteed dubstep, absolutely. Good music, at least. You too, Caetsu. You've more than done your part for now, so leave this to us. Welcome back, Bob. It was very difficult. It's a very tough fight for healers especially, so you might be very happy to be a red mage. Though so much has happened and so quickly, I'm still catching up mentally. But where it concerns Soralja, I have no regrets. I made my choice and did what I had to do. I only wish I could have stopped Sveen too. Stopped her from walking her misguided path. I could definitely use some rest. Oh, because the half full attack, Angel? Check, I'll try to remember to mention it in the cross-world link shell. So keep an eye on that. They made sure that these food buffs are very no, wait a minute. One of them is universal. I'll take that one. Vegetable soup. Tankbusters have room cleaves too? Really? I didn't notice that. I'm really sorry, but we're not sure what happened to Kafkisha. The others are trying to learn what they can. Oh, Kafkisha, we'd known that such a day would come, but I wish we could have at least said goodbye. You knew then that she was already gone? We did. We all did. Kafkisha forbade us from saying anything. She wanted to tell you herself when the time was right. I expect she was torn over how to reveal the truth to Erenville. I see. I don't think anyone can blame her for keeping quiet. But tell me, how are the people faring? Have they forgotten Zoralja already? No, they still remember him. We wonder if this might be the result of the gate at the summit being closed. Most are unaware of developments. They'll be relieved to hear that the king has been defeated, but at the same time, they're like to panic if they learn that the queen has disappeared. Right now, Geode is making contact with the various government bodies, but it'd probably be best to keep it all under wraps for a time. Agreed. Once we've resolved matters, I'll explain everything to the people. I consider it my duty. As to Zoralja's mechanical army, what's become of them now that he's gone? Yes, about that. Gara just pans to total destruction outside. Oh, that's what you mean. The half-room cleave called Half Full is both a tank buster and a half-room cleave at the same time. Right. I mean, I just looked at the blade when he did the half-room cleaves. At the time we suspect that Zoralja passed, the king's authority appears to have been transferred to Kululja. Oh! That's convenient. You mean to say Kululja is the new king? While a coronation is required to make it official, for the moment, the system recognizes him as his father's successor. But I don't want this. I don't want to be king. Oh no. It's not a decision you have to make right away, but given that the authority comes with command of the army, you can't give it up lightly either. We can think on it together later, but for now, I want you to hold on to it, to what your father has left you. If you say so. Are you alright, Lamachi? What is this? Why can't I... Why can't you what? Cry? Despite everything that's happened, all the terrible things my brother did, I still don't know how to feel towards him. What's wrong with me? It's perfectly normal. You think so? I'll take your word for it. For now, we have things under control. Why not return to Tuliyola and rest up while the others handle the investigation? You know, I think I'll do that. It'll be good to see how things are at home and catch up with Kuna. The face smacks. Hey, why don't the two of you come too? What? But won't everyone hate me? Of course not. They might be a little unsure at first, but I'll set them straight. Besides, I want to introduce you to Kuna as new family. Really? Really, that is, if you're fine with it. I am. Then let's be off. We'll head directly to the palace to see Kuna. What happened to your message, Bob? Did you send a blank message? For a second, I thought she meant she also wanted to bring Shale, like you too, because I thought it was a given that I was coming. That's strange. What's happening to your message, Bob? Oh. I wonder how that led to a blank message, though.
You are returned!
Right, I see.
Wait there! I'm coming down! Where's Lamachi? What happened inside the dome?
And the reason why I asked, Bob, is because we previously had a situation where sometimes someone wrote like an elaborate message and then something happened and YouTube just ate the message and just sent a blank. And that's never fun.
So my brother is gone. Yet the danger remains. And you must soon sally forth unto an unknown reality.
Hey, Kona!
Lamachi, is this boy perhaps...
This is Zorolja's son, Kululja.
I see. Time did flow differently inside the dome. If he is our brother's child, then... Kululja, was it? My name is Kona, and I am Lamachi's brother.
You're her brother?
You'll find none more dependable than Kona. He's family, and he'll take good care of you.
A pleasure to meet you, Kululja.
A pleasure to meet you too, Uncle Kona.
Well, I suppose I am your uncle. But simply Kona will do.
You're all confused, and little wonder. Rest assured, all will be explained in due course. But for now, I want to make one thing clear. Gululja is his own person. He had no part in his father's crimes. If you have anger towards Zorolja you need to express, Kona and I will gladly hear you. But you will treat Gululja as you would any child, with kindness.
As we should. The boy's done no wrong.
Yes, the vow of resolve speaks true.
So, will you tell me what happened? Grahatia has given me a summary, but I would hear your detailed account.
Can we walk while we chat? I want to see how things are in the city.
In that case, let us make our way to Bright Plume Post. Our soldiers remain on high alert, but if the threat of invasion has passed, I will bid them take a well-earned rest.
Back to party music in Tuliolal. Have you know it was very weird to do dailies yesterday hanging out in sad Tuliolal. It was indeed Soralja's realm inside the dome. A realm he ruled jointly with Sveen. He as the king of resolve and she the queen of reason. Just like you and me here. Their people live very different lives compared to ours, but like us, they live them to the fullest. And Sveen is a big part of that. She's a considerate and approachable ruler who treats everyone as family. You and her must have gotten along well. We did, but out of love for her people, she's chosen the wrong path. They're a good folk, the Alexandrians. They welcomed us into their homes and treated us with kindness and respect. But Soralja slaughtered them, slaughtered those he was meant to protect for his own ends. By the gods, tell me how this came to pass. I think this quest is the one that gives me Flare Star, everyone. You've heard of Fireball. How about bigger Fireball? When his attack on Tuliolal failed, Soralja sought to gain more power, so he ordered his people executed and harvested their souls. What drove him to commit such an atrocity? He claimed he wanted to bring the entire world under his dominion, but that was just a means to achieve his true desire. My grandfather, he was a great person, right? Maybe my father wanted to prove he was his own person, that he wasn't just a great person's son. I dare say you're right. As the resilient son of father's true-born heir, he bore the weight of expectation. That weight was clearly greater than any of us had imagined. That's probably why he was who he was, and why he didn't want me. Damn it all. If only we had tried harder to reach out to him. Let's keep moving. Is it artifact gear time? Soralja had become unimaginably powerful. It was only with Caetsu's help that we managed to defeat him. Now I have a responsibility to the people of Alexandria, and above all to Gululja. Eh? I promised, didn't I? I wanted us to become family, and it isn't only out of obligation. Since I've gotten to know you, I've come to really like you. You might not be my nephew by blood, but we're family to the end. We'll always be there to help each other. Isn't that right? Right. He's a good boy. You too, Caetsu. After everything we've been through, we're already as good as family. What? What do you mean, what? The more family you have, the merrier, don't you think? Come on, let's head back into the barracks. Kuna like, wow, why do we have so much family now? I'm glad I could hear what happened in the dome. But I'm sorry that you had to bear such a heavy burden, Lamachi. Don't be. As vow of resolve, it was something that I had to do. Besides, it was your ingenious strategy that kept Tuliolal safe. Asking you to rule with me was definitely one of my better ideas. It was because we all fought as one that we could repel the invaders, and then only with the aid of Vitra and his kin. Thanks to Alphino and Estinian interceding for us, we were able to swiftly forge an alliance with Ratzathan. And when the dragons appeared in our skies, I felt that this was it, the Tuliolal you had envisioned. We owe our new allies a great debt, and I hope that we can repay them one day. You probably can. Indeed, once I've dealt with matters, we should go and thank them in person. Ritra would probably appreciate that, actually. You'd probably invite them for a feast. Just for coming. Caetsu has told me as much, but you still have work to do, yes? Yes, I need to find Sveen. She harmed our people so that her own might live, but as I was raging at her deeds, I realized something. Just because Tuliolal is safe doesn't mean I can ignore what becomes of Alexandria. That's the kind of thinking that led to conflict in the old days. I want to help the Alexandrian people live in peace and happiness. The only way to do that is to stop Sveen from walking her path. Very well, Lamachi. Just promise me you will take care. I promise, Kona. I mean, the Alexandrians could probably do fine. They just have to accept they don't get infinite reses anymore. That's the one thing. And then they have to figure out what they do about the lemon sickness, and we're getting somewhere. Then they have like a super technology land. Like, that's the one thing they can't have is the infinite souls. The electrope stuff was fine. Well, I had anticipated this. I still can't help but worry. I'm sorry that I have to go away again so soon, but even setting Sveen aside, some of our own people may be among the endless. Can't just sit around and leave everything to the others. I understand. I have matters here well in hand, so do what you must. Caetsu, for all you've done for us, for our nation and our family, I fear I can never express sufficient gratitude, but thank you from the bottom of my heart. It has come! actually. It looks kinda balanced. Like this. It's bigger flare time. Well, it was good to catch Kona up. Now we'll talk to the soul. Yeah, level 100. Who might this be from? Hello? That's right, Caetsu is with me. Is that so? In that case, let's meet at Sunpatch. See you soon. Stola's heading back. I dare to hope she's found a way to pursue Sveen. If y'all wanted to go on ahead to Sunpatch, I'll pay our soldiers a quick call. Shale came! Apologies for the wait. You're all here, then that means... Aye, we believe we found a way to travel to the reflections where Sveen has retreated. I was busy providing aid in Solution 9, so I haven't heard the details myself. Could you start from the beginning, Y'shtola? Send him to school. Well, Otis taught him how to read and write and stuff, so he's probably fine. The weird part is just that he writes like he's from several hundred years ago. Per Sveen's own words, the gate atop Everkeep was opened and closed by the power of interdimensional fusion. And it was the artifact known as the key, that allowed her to control it. According to Katendram, the key was brought with me to the source 20 years ago. It was then kept here in the palace until its theft by Zoralja, who used it in Yazulani to fuse a portion of our world with this reflection. Following Zoralja's demise, Sveen claimed the key and disappeared through the gate. But where exactly did that gate lead? In seeking the answer, we took another look at orogenics and made a startling discovery. As you all know, there should have been one more level at the summit of Everkeep. The 12th level, the King of Resolve's royal abode. Right, but when you actually went there, you saw that it didn't exist. It was just a roof, right? Curious, we analyzed Orogenics' logs to see where the memories of the departed were being sent. And where should it be but through the gate to the missing 12th level? That level alone must have lain outside the fused region, and so was left behind. Then it means... the reflection to which Sveen has fled is her own. Anfino, if you'd be so kind. Indeed. This is Sveen's homeworld, and she has returned there to join the memories of her departed citizens. But as the key lies with her on the other side, we haven't the means to reopen the gate. Forgive me, but I thought we already knew she had gone home, or at least it seemed obvious to me. What I want to know is, how do we pursue Sveen if the gate here is closed? We use another gate, and it just so happens we know where one is. The Golden City. The Sky Deep Cenote. Aye, all evidence suggests that the gate there leads to the world whence the Alexandrians and I came. But assuming that's true, how can we open it? That is what we shall find out using the code in this earring. As you'll recall, Kryle's earring is in fact a data storage device. Yes? An analysis of it yielded a code, something used to control a contraption, and a very large one at that. Given the circumstance of Kryle's arrival in the source, we believe that said contraption is the gate to the Golden City. This is admittedly an educated guess, but we are quite hopeful that it will work. To make such progress in so short a time, you really are amazing. You couldn't have done it alone. The credit must go to the members of Oblivion for acquiring the information we needed, Shale especially. Right then, it seems the plan is set. With the Sky Deeps in OT, the stage is set! Like a USB earring. That would be cool. But it would be kind of awkward if it, like, you know how USBs do? You use them like a few times, and then they break and don't want to communicate with your system anymore, and then you have to buy another one. Laser beam! Begging your pardon, Caetsu, but might I have a moment ere setting forth? Oh, you're already going to give her the thing? Yes, I had thought to save it for later, but in light of these developments, I feel now is the time. As Lamachi says, I have something for you. Please come with me to Bayside Bevy. Hey Caetsu, hope you're doing well. I would say that it's going well. I got to level 100 just now. Wow, already another quest in the books. That sounds like fun, Caetsu. Triolol is safe in no small part due to your valor. As a token of our appreciation, I have commissioned special equipment for you. While it is inadequate as an expression of gratitude, I pray it will serve you well in your coming mission. It apparently incorporates foreign technology. Leave it to Kurna to request such a thing, eh? Nevazunte yonder has the equipment in his keeping. Just say the word and he will bring it out. We now obtain job-specific gear from Evazunte. There. And this one. This one. This one. Archmage! We got new thunder spells. They're not super flashy, but they look nice. Why is there 2 locks on them? Oh, because 2 die slots, I'm guessing. Ha! I have an eye patch over my glasses. Like a detail die. How do we the glasses slot is open by default. If you go to the Calamity Salvager in any city, you can buy any false glasses you already had. Like this. I believe Aradel also discovered that there's a vendor near the Aradel Plaza, the Aetherite Plaza in each of the starting cities. You know, the ones that sell your the gear appropriate for your race. They will also sell like a few glasses. Needs depth perception. Wait, who needs depth perception when you can have explosions? I think I'll use my classic outfit until there's a possibility that I can actually dye it, maybe. But it does look really nice. Right, back to the quest. With your shiny new gear, I reckon you're ready for anything. Come, let's head to the Skydeep cenote. Access to the area is presently restricted per my order, so I shall accompany you. You're going to switch classes to level something else up? For this? Here's the thing. There's like 600,000 XP going to waste here. You know, actually 6 million XP going to waste. Nearly 7. But I'm going to waste way more time trying to make sure I make absolutely maximum value out of that than I would, like, I'd waste more time than I would actually save by doing so. We're doing the MSQ until the end now. And then those 7 million XP are going to waste. The reason why I know it's 7 is because I know how many quests there are left that would give XP. Jeff says there are also some in the gold saucer. Golf saucer. I mean, maybe they'll release that one day. Right next to the gold saucer. Welcome to the golf saucer. Yeah, there's a bunch of options, but basically the glasses slot is open by default. You just need to find appropriate glasses for it. I believe, I can't remember if the false classic spectacles were from the gold saucer. But if they are, then you can get my glasses there. And when I mean my glasses, I both mean her glasses and my glasses. Close enough, right? I would love some mini golf and gold. That would actually be really cool. Mandeville mini golf. That's a mini game we should have had. Like we should have had that long ago. This trip again. Apparently I got a monk weapon from that dungeon. Yeah, I am basically killer. Once the MSQ is done, I will probably be leveling other jobs. Like unlock everything, do the ether currents, do the end game, like get stuff done while leveling other jobs. And then I'll also be starting on job guides. But that's the plan. But those last 6 quests of XP, I don't care. Part of the problem is also that it would take way too long, as you can see. I would have to power level a job to 99, and then it'll save me 7 million XP somewhere else, which is like... It's about the same XP as this dungeon gives. Like, that's the amount of that's the amount of time saved by going through the trouble of leveling another job to 99 to do the last remaining quests with that. Is one run of Walker Zorma. That's it. Hey, Mia. Hope you're doing well. Well, Killer, as I've always done, I usually give a recap. as I go through my guides. Like at level 60, 70, 80, 90. I always do that. Alright, Emir, enjoy your main quest. And I always do that, Killer, so I don't know what you're worried about. Have you seen my job guides? Thank you, Emir. Kuna has already gone inside, but I couldn't help but take a moment. Just being here takes me back. It wasn't even that long ago that we visited for the rite. So much has happened since then. Truly, guided by my grandfather's letter, I crossed the sea in search of answers. What awaits us on the road ahead, I know not, but I shall walk it to the end with you all. Come on, let's go. Erenville is just the only one that's like, whatever, just go, please.
Electrope everywhere one turns, harboring vast amounts of lightning. This place is very much alive. Kryl, try holding your earring to the terminal.
No luck.
Aw, sad Kryl.
Don't give up yet. The terminal reads the code. It might just need higher clearance. Galulja, would you give it a try?
Me?
If the king's authority is passed to you, then the gate ought to open.
But I leave behind that which I've gained by the sweat of my brow. It is yours to embrace or spurn.
What?
The earring. It really was.
Remarkable. A void gate is forced open with a blast of ether, and thus appears as a tear in the fabric of reality. In contrast, this is the stitchwork of a master. Neatly hemmed, without a thread out of place. A power to be reckoned with. But now isn't the time to marvel. If Galuljar can open the gate, then so too can Sveen close it.
Unless the king still has higher authority.
'Twould be wise to employ magics in its defense, both to maintain its stability and ward off interference. While I am able to invoke said magics, I cannot sustain them alone. I require another to channel with me, and in unison.
For that role, I do humbly volunteer myself. But even our combined efforts offer no certainty of success. Might we prevail upon the two of you to lend your support?
Of course. If coordination between mages is required, few would be better suited than Alize and myself.
Really?
Shall I remain as well?
While your presence would be welcome, I'd rather you joined the expedition team. For despite our earnest efforts, the gate may well end up closed once more. In such a situation, it may fall to those on the other side to devise a method to reconnect our worlds. A task with which you are not unfamiliar, as I recall.
I have faith it will not come to that, but should it? I will endeavor not to disappoint.
So, assuming Wooklamart, Kryl, and Erenville are a given for this foray, I'll make myself useful here by guarding those who are maintaining the gate. Should any threats emerge, from the world beyond or otherwise, I'll deal with them.
As will I. Which leaves you free to head in there and do what you do best.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Really. Mostly. Just don't let her bear the burden alone. Do you hear?
Alice in that moment being like, I should not have traded magic. It should have been a knight. A warrior even. Then I wouldn't have been stuck here. Ugh.
Tis done. Whenever you're ready.
We'll protect the portal. Keep it open no matter what.
Beyond lies an unknown reflection. Short of asking an Ascian, we unfortunately have no way of identifying which one it is.
Well, what we do know is that it's Sveen's domain. A place where she brings back those who've been lost. So for now, why don't we call it the Unlost World? Right. Let's go.
So number 6, I guess. just get hurtled right into space. Oh. Whoa.
How to describe the sheer amazement we felt when we emerged on the other side of the portal? I fear words do not do it justice. Before us was a vibrant world where the memories of the departed abided and reveled in bygone days. Living memory, or so the Endless called it. How they laughed and smiled as they reminisced upon unfulfilled dreams, alive in all perceivable ways, yet knowing no loss. So resplendent was every ilm of this paradise. The words rose unbidden to my lips. All this time, it was here, the city of gold.
Wow. A casual volcano in the middle of town? Is this Powerpuff Girls? The city of Townsville? Yeah, and there's just a random building with a rainbow on it. And whatever that is. Amazing! Absolutely amazing. We literally stepped into the Yakuyi legend. Whichever reflection this may be, it would seem the barrier between here and the source is thin at Yakchel. That would explain the Yakuyi's visions and the location of the gate. Hey, Erenville, that volcano over there, you don't suppose it's real, is it? An actual volcano, spewing forth lava in the middle of a city. I'd like to see that. Hey, you never know. Look, there's a path down. Let's see where it goes. Mojo Jojo hasn't made his dome on top of the volcano yet. Yeah, nope. Looks like a castle. I don't quite understand why it was that the Endless required more souls to, like, stay working. I thought it was like a power thing. Maybe either I didn't get it when it was explained, or it will get explained. It's strange. Though I've never been to this place before, it somehow makes me feel nostalgic. Unlike Everkeep with all its advanced technology, here it's brick and stone. It's like we've traveled to the past. The differences may be more superficial than you think. Take a good look at the buildings around us. There's electrope everywhere, along with myriad contraptions. Oh yeah, it's hidden underneath. Like how Sveen projects her image onto soldiers. I believe the city's appearance is artificial. This aetheryte is identical to the one in Everkeep, is it not? This suggests that this place is Alexandrian. That would seem a fair assumption. In light of all this, could it be this city is Everkeep's missing 12th level? Welcome, friends! Welcome! Who are you? My name is Constancy, and like you, I'm an Endless. We've been recreated from the memories of those who have exhausted their souls. The departed, in other words. Great effort is taken to ensure the integrity of your memories, so it will feel no different from when you were flesh and blood. Let's go along with it for now. I am a caretaker here at Living Memory, City of the Endless, and it is my pleasure to provide guidance to newcomers such as your good selves. City of the Endless? At a glance, there seems to be many different facilities. What kind of place is this? Simply put, it is a recreational attraction. The city is divided into 4 areas, each of which captures scenery that once defined our continent. In this way, we ensure that what is lost is not forgotten, that all precious memories endure forevermore. In Everkeep's early days, this place was used by the living, but it was made a haven for the Endless hundreds of years later. Now then, if you would please follow me, I shall give you a guided tour. Do take care, as wildlife brought here for preservation roams freely. Hold on a moment. While a tour would be interesting, it's Sveen that we've come to see. Oh, so you wish to meet the Queen? In that case, you're in luck. It was just announced that Her Majesty will enter into a slumber, but there is still time. If you try calling to her before the Meso terminal at the center of the city, she will likely appear. Oh. I'm not sure how things work around here, but let's head to this Meso terminal. Oh, thanks, Constancy. We'll take you up on the tour next time. I shall look forward to it. Good luck seeking out Her Majesty. It's just it's a history-themed theme park, yeah. Good luck, Angel. Wait, just trial? So it's dungeon? And then stuff? And then trial? That's a nice music.
Sveen? Are you there? If you are, say something. We need to talk. Sveen.
That you should come here.
I haven't known you long, Sveen, but I know you have a good heart. Your love for your people is proof of this. I can't let you do what you're trying to do. And deep down, I don't think you want to do it either.
I want a world without suffering. A world where nothing is lost. Would that such a place existed. But the Endless only grow in number, and ever more life forces needed to sustain them.
Oh.
Within the barrier, we have managed to curb the cycle of rebirth these few hundred years. But we've reached the limit. That is why I looked to interdimensional fusion. to harvest what we needed from your world. From your people. And with the key, we will have it.
And once you've plundered our world of ether, what then? Will you do the same to others? All men eventually die. If you make endless of everyone, you will never have enough ether to sustain them. You but prolong the inevitable.
Sveen, if you would nevertheless persist in this folly, we must stand against you. For we too have people we cannot lose, places to which our hearts belong.
Damachi, I would have loved nothing more than to work hand in hand with you to tend our nations. But fate is cruel. By the time it had brought us together, our futures had already been written. The kind and gentle Queen Sveen was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. I will erase all memories of the living Sveen, she who has cursed me with this soft and powerless nature.
Oh, so it is evil AI after all.
Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. When two nations cannot protect their own without doing harm to the other, there can only be one resolution. It is a hard truth, but one you understand, don't you?
Has Google gone too far? This evil is not inevitable. Find another way.
I'm afraid we're out of time. The process has begun, and it cannot be stopped.
Mesoterminal memory deletion in progress. Mesoterminal memory deletion in progress. Upon completion, interdimensional fusion will commence.
Sveen!
I hope you're doing well, Perrin. Ah, what are we to do now? Damn it! I felt that I had come to understand Sveen, but I'm still clueless. Utterly clueless. You're stuck in queue? That sucks. Good luck. Doesn't seem like we can do much else here. Let's return to the Aetheryte for now. The caretaker, Constancy, perhaps... The caretaker, Constancy. Perhaps he can tell us more about this business of Sveen going into a slumber. I'm having a good time. I feel like the dungeon, especially the trial I had a bit ago, was really good. Also, I just wanted to mention something in regards to this concept of a world where you can preserve everything and nothing is lost. That's of course an exaggeration of something, but there is something to be said about some people in the world that have a hard time with doing anything without making an effort to preserve it. Like, basically they need to record everything. Just in case. Save everything. Just in case. That's not to say whether that is good or bad or wrong or right or anything, but it is an interesting comparison. This is like taking that, exactly, data hoarders. It's like taking this to the absolute extreme. Is this. They're trying to preserve literally everything. He's nowhere to be. He's nowhere in sight. Perhaps he has taken our other recent arrivals on a tour. Looking for someone, are you? Yes, he was here just earlier. A fellow named Constancy. Wait, what? Hello, everyone. You made it here, as I knew you would. Is that who I think it is? It is! It's Kafkisha! None other. This is the first time some of you are seeing me in the proverbial flesh, isn't it? Feast your eyes, then. She who was controlling that unassuming machine was a ravishing Shatona maiden. That was a bit much, wasn't it? Ignore me. So it was true that you're here means... I tried to tell you so many times, but my courage always failed me. I am indeed an endless, have been for quite a while now. Erenville. Now, you've come to stop Sveen, yes? I can help with that, but I have a request to make. You know how to stop her, then? Oh. Well, there are no guarantees. Your coming here makes it a distinct possibility. As my wish is relevant to your mission, will you hear me out? You can decide what to do afterwards. Excellent. To begin, we'll need to head to a different area. See that sentry? I'll have them grant you access to the zip line. Zip line? What is that? Fun little mode of transport. They don't see much use, though, as we Endless can teleport freely within living memory. This particular line will take you to a zone called Canal Town. I'll be waiting for you there. With that endearing pushiness, it could only be Kafkisha. Let's go. 1 bit cosmic bit flip away from chaos. Yeah. Well, in that case, she is actually a mummy. Isn't she? Huh? You don't seem to be beep boop error user registration confirmed. I bid you welcome to Canal Town, the resort of romance and relaxation. Please enjoy your stay. Whee! Nice one, Angel. I suppose that means credits soon for you. What a charming place. That's them. The people Sveen strives to protect. All of those? They look happy. So, what's this request of yours? I want you to erase us. Erase the Endless. Oh. What? Well, that makes sense. It reminds me a little bit of Alexander, doesn't it? Who also realized that his existence was unsustainable and wanted himself erased. Oh, come now. Spare me those gloomy faces. Being alive, you're the only ones who can do this, and we won't have a better opportunity than now, while Queen Sveen is busy preparing to initiate interdimensional fusion. It's wrong to sacrifice others to sustain the Endless. This I firmly believe. But talking to you now, you seem as real as any of us, and if you need an answer right away, I don't know if I can give it. Is there a reason we need to act so soon? Because, as you've just said, it's wrong to sacrifice others to sustain us. Remember? We need life force. Other forms of ether don't cut it. In the beginning, we managed with the ether of those who died in the barrier, but as our numbers grew, there began to be a shortage. That's why Queen Sveen looked to other sources. Even the ether I'm composed of may have come from the victims of the attack on Tuliolol. I can't bear that thought. Can't bear to exist because someone died. We'd probably feel the same way if we were in your shoes, but what exactly are you asking us to do? In each zone, there's an enormous data storage device called a terminal. That is where our memories are kept. If you shut down a terminal, the memories within will disappear, along with those Endless created from them. But does this need to be done now? Can't we stop Sveen first and then take it from there? It's precisely in order to stop Sveen that it must be done now. Her own memories are stored within the mesoterminal, which stands at the heart of living memory. As you would expect, the terminal's defenses are extremely tight, but it has moments of vulnerability, such as when it has just finished calculations, which we can exploit to shut it down from within. While we wait for that opening, we erase the Endless. Once we are gone, Sveen will no longer have a reason to plunder ether from other worlds. That would be pretty ironic. She finally emerges able to actually supply them with the ether they need, and then everyone's gone. He's just like, well then. Would Sveen simply allow us to shut down the terminals? In preparation for fusion, the mesoterminal is currently performing massive calculations while gathering energy. Even if the system notices us, it cannot easily suspend the process. Rather than doing so, I believe it will attempt to accelerate the timetable and bridge worlds before the plan can be thwarted. It wouldn't be a decision Sveen would wish to make, but she would be able to save those who are stored in the mesoterminal at least. There's sense in your strategy, and in resolving to stop Sveen, we had anticipated that it might come to this, but to actually talk about erasing the Endless is difficult. You needn't feel any guilt. No matter how lifelike we may seem, we Endless are but facsimiles crafted from memories. Besides, stopping Sveen requires that you shut down the mesoterminal, which sustains all of us. Sooner or later, it will need to be done. If we are to be erased, then let it be before more people come to harm. Living, breathing people with futures they deserve to experience. We'll do as you ask. Thank you for respecting my wish. And, as a personal request, while her actions cannot be condoned, I ask that you afford Queen Sveen a measure of understanding. Know that she herself didn't choose to become an Endless. It was preservation that made the choice for her. She is powerless to resist her purpose. What do you mean? The Sveen you know is an ideal that preservation brought to life. Harnessing the love the living Sveen bore for her people, they brought forth an eternal queen whose primary directive is to preserve the Endless. But, as you know, the Endless consume ether. Sveen was compelled to find ways to procure it, and that compulsion has driven her to resort to interdimensional fusion. What? Are you telling me the original Sveen wouldn't have chosen this? What the Queen might have done, only she herself would know. But the scientists of preservation have vanished, leaving their created Queen to walk alone. So, as you go about your mission, think not that you're stopping a ruthless villain, but rather that you're relieving a troubled soul of her burden. Alright, Kafkisha, you understand now, both your reasoning and your feelings. But before we erase the Endless, I'd like to know them. I'd like to know what she fights tooth and nail for. If we're going to reject someone's beliefs, let it be after we've come to understand them. This is a lesson I learned from the Rite of Secession. I realize we're pressed for time, but if it's alright with you, I want to meet as many people as I can. You truly are Gulul Jaja's kitten. Well, the calculations will take a while still. It should be fine if we do this as we proceed to the terminals. I'm with you. We might not be able to learn everything, but it would nevertheless be meaningful if we could glimpse the hearts of those who inhabit this place before we set them free. Exactly. We just met, no attachments, whatever. You want us to delete it? Done. I'll leave you to it then. When you've finished here, come and find me at the fountain near that big clock tower. Right, let's split up and find some locals to speak with. It really is a lovely place. You should run along and enjoy it while you can. You don't want to talk with your mom? Water sprites. Splashy boys. Well now, I don't believe I've seen you around before. A newcomer, I take it? It's wonderful here, let me tell you. Why, I just bumped into a dear friend in life, and we've been whiling away the hours reminiscing. Might have been more like days, actually. You don't get a sense of the time here. By the way, did you hear the announcement earlier? As much as I love this place, I wonder if Queen Sveen can really sustain us forever. But I suppose there's no use worrying about such things. Anyway, thanks to you, we found a break in our conversation. We'll go and ride the gondola next. That does sound nice. Oh, hello! Taking in the sights of Canal Town too, are you? Both my wife and I just adore this place. We had become estranged in life, she and I, but being here gave us the chance to reconcile. I couldn't be more grateful for the chance to spend these blessed little moments together again. I have no more regrets. Whether Her Majesty's plan succeeds or no, I can rest with peace in my heart. Well, we shall continue on our way, but we hope to see you again. Till next time. You there? Have you tried the popcorn from that stall? No? You haven't? You don't know what you're missing. I consider myself something of a gourmand, and believe me when I say the classic salt flavor is amazing. The saltiness is simply exquisite. That's the only way to describe it. Once you have a mouthful, it's impossible to stop until it's all gone. And after you've tried that, I urge you to seek out other stalls. There are lots of them everywhere, offering all manner of delights. For another recommendation off the top of my head, the ice cream over in Azil Vulcane. It's so smooth and rich and... Just think about it has given me a hankering. That's it. I'm going to go and have some right now. Erastus? Welcome, welcome. Have a browse and let me know when you're ready to order. You're hearing that lady's recommendation as well, I take it? I'd been wondering what the Endless do for sustenance, so it seemed a good opportunity to learn. Oh, this is your first time eating, is it? The food here is created using ether and memory data. To us, it tastes just like the real thing. So how about it? Would you care for some popcorn? Let's give it a try, shall we? That's the spirit. Find a table you like, and I'll bring it right out. And lest you worry, there's no charge. All the food is free here. Are we going to have an air experience where we can't eat it? Food created with memory data. How will this taste to the living, I wonder? Well, as they say, there's only one way to find out. You sample a handful of popcorn. While it has texture, you can detect no taste whatsoever. Good gods, it tastes like nothing at all. I mean, it's amazing! I've never had such tasty popcorn. It's not our best seller for nothing. And what about you? The saltiness is exquisite. Huh, it's always special watching newcomers eat for the first time. Oh yeah. They're just like the people of Everkeep. Their communal spirit, their delighted smiles, exactly the same. Thank you for your custom. Come again anytime. By the way, prior to this, a young man caught my eye near the canal. He appeared to be searching for something, and rather frantically. Did you perchance see him too? No. No? I must say I'm curious as to what has him so flustered. Could you help me look for the fellow? My thanks. Let's head to where I saw him. So it would seem he is no longer in the vicinity. Let us keep looking. Whatever it is that troubles him, perhaps we can be of assistance. I cannot claim to know exactly how Endless behave, but hopefully our man has not gone far. Let us split up to search for him. He is an Eldite with fair hair. An Eldite with fair hair. God strike me down. We reunite again after 100 years, and what should happen? Hi. Yes? My apologies, but I'm in some haste. If you have something to say, please make it brief. Your friend noticed that I seemed troubled, so you've been looking for me. What kind souls you are. I've lost something important. The engagement ring intended for my beloved. A lanky, monkey-like fiend stole it from me. After running hither and thither, I managed to locate the beast in yonder square, but I'm uncertain how I should take the ring back. Once, I might have considered fighting for it, but given the shortage of ether, the danger is simply too great. If it were to be struck down and my essence dispersed, I am not like to be remade for a long time. I cannot risk that, not after my beloved has finally been given form again after 100 years. Oh, it pains me to do so. I shall give up on the ring, but I thank you for your kind concern. Ah. They don't have life force enough. They'll just have less people around because they can't sustain them. New spell! Take this! Bam! Whoa. Well, that looks awesome. Oh, 'tis you again. Was there something else? Retrieved from a mischievous fiend. This engagement ring is intended for the beloved of the fair-haired man. Why do the fiends appear? Are they from memories? Good heavens, this is the ring. You took it back from that beast? Thank you ever so much. I see you've already resolved the situation, Caetsu. You must be the friend who first noticed me. I owe you my gratitude as well. My name is Euclase. I was planning to propose to my beloved with the ring, and thanks to you, I can do just that. Well, that is cause to rejoice indeed. Did the two of you meet here? No, we were sweethearts in life, but I died young, and she only followed me decades later. Even then, our reunion wasn't yet to be, for the ether shortage means not everyone can be recreated. I had to wait until but recently to see her again. A reunion beyond death. Such a thing would be possible here, I suppose. I assume you're nearly arrived. While our memories are stored in the terminals, less than 1 in 10 of us has been given form at present. I myself have been reincarnated 3 times now, and each time there seems to be fewer of us. It's fairly a miracle that my beloved and I could meet. I see. Given the circumstances, the chances of existing concurrently with an acquaintance would be slim indeed, and slimmer still for a loved one. Truly, that is why I decided to do that which I failed to do in life, ask her for her hand. With her regulator, she was spared the sadness of my death. Even so, she never took another man for the rest of her days. She told me that, although she couldn't remember me afterwards, she could never shake the feeling that someone precious had been part of her life. The sweet fool. The ring represents a yearning I have long carried, though I know full well it is only a construct, like these bodies of ours. There's a part of me that wonders if this is wrong. Not that I expect us to exist forever, even in this form. But to be with the one I love once again and make her happy. However wrong this world may be, I have nothing but gratitude for Queen Sphene. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall go and make that proposal. I've made her wait long enough as it is. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my thanks. Tickets? For the gondola. To ensure that order is preserved, we must observe the proper way of doing things, even here. It is very much like Queen Sveen to make it so, is it not? Take care, my friends, and see to it that you have no regrets. So did you like the story, Angel? Well, I think it's about time we rejoined the others. What do you say we go by gondola? I expect it won't be possible to do so once the terminal has been shut down. Well, that sounds nice. Come then, let us seek a vessel at the pier. Gondola trip with Gratia! Woohoo! To me, it sounds like everyone here, most everyone here, realizes that this isn't forever. They understand it, and they quickly make sure to do what, like, to make sure they don't regret anything. Finish, and then just make the most of it. But they seem to be fine with it ending someday. We can push off at any time. Mind the gap when you're bored. Feels trail out of 10. Oh. Aww.
Do you remember what I said to you before all this? That life is a series of journeys, that you must be true to yourself, for indeed, there's no telling what awaits. I don't know about you, but I certainly didn't expect to behold such sights. The future is as fluid as the water beneath us, truly. Tell me, my friend, have you ever wished to be reunited with someone who has passed away? I have. I do. But I think, above all else, I wish that they had lived. If only for one more day. Just one more day. A joyous one, if I could choose. I did all that I could to make it happen. I tried everything, and spared nothing. In that manner, I was able to keep some few souls out of harm's way, but so many were beyond my power to save. What would I have done then, had I this? And you? Can you imagine yourself spending eternity here, knowing no loss?
That sounds reasonable, Angel. Yeah. I think so far it's been good. And the sudden surprise in the middle, I feel like that was actually perfect. Because, as you may recall, because you said, oh, you're at that part, I basically said, well, I don't know where the story is going now. It feels like we're just dribbling around. And then, boom, stuff happened. Like, there was just enough dilly-dallying for me to go, I don't know why we're doing this. And then it got back on track. Like, it was so perfect that I might as well have said, and then the enemy arrived. It was nice to chat with you again, my friend. It feels as though it has been some time. Having met enders like you, Claes, I feel like I've come to understand Sveen a little better. Anyone would wish those dear to them a long and happy future, and she bears the burden of this desire for all her subjects. Yet, as Kryl said, we too have people we cannot lose. Come, Caetsu, we can get to the fountain via yonder bridge. But I mean, you don't need to wait an entire expansion to see what else is... Oh, look, it's like a robot, like one of those that Kavkisha has used. It's an angry one. So remembered! Remembered. That's it's hilarious. And that's good. That's good stuff. But what I meant to say is you don't have to wait an entire expansion. There'll be a patch and some post game, and we'll see what that'll be. Kryl and Erenville are still out and about, it seems. So how was it? What are your impressions of those you met? It was great. Everyone was so happy. Just talking to them made me happy too. What about you, Caetsu? Sweethearts reunited? That's a miracle. While it is a miracle after a fashion, the system strives to make such encounters possible. Oh, if you meet someone you know, it's probably not by chance. The terminals hold information on unfulfilled longings and use them to orchestrate reunions like Euclases. Oh, I see. That the terminals can do this is impressive indeed, but there is one thing I do not understand. According to Euclid, his beloved passed away decades after he did, yet they appear to be of like age. Ah yes, people are not necessarily recreated as they were when they passed away. The appearance of an endless, I speculate, reflects the happiest period in their life. Is that the case for you then? Not that I can tell how old you are as slowly as your people age. I'm not sure, to be honest. I have so many happy times, it's hard to know which one applies. I'm insufferably inquisitive. Whether it's nature or technology, I can't help but want to learn more about the world around me. You might say that discovery is what gives me joy. It made me happy in life, and may have been a blessing afterwards. The other endless are content with what they have here, you see. They don't develop the urge to leave. But I was so determined to see the world again that I taught myself how to gain control of a vessel and ventured outside. Ha! You're a proper rebel! Well, that's enough about me for now. While we wait for Kryl and Elenishbia, I have a favor to ask of you. As you may have noticed, most of the fountains here aren't running. That's because, despite its shiny appearance, the city is centuries old and everything is dreadfully run down. The fountains apparently used to put on magnificent shows, and I was hoping we could get them working again. Giving the control units a dose of ether should be enough to restore the circuits and switch them on, but being an endless, I'm unable to do that. I realize this is a selfish request, but at the last, I'd like to treat the people here to the display. Just leave it to us. I'd love to see the show myself. Thank you. The control units are built into the surrounding lampposts. If you tend to a few of them each, you'll be done before you know it. Once the fountains are fixed, we can round up Eleneshbia and Kryl and head to the hydro terminal together. So the time is nigh. Come, let us set to it. I wouldn't call it that, Perrin. I don't think it's entirely forgivable. Like the thing that I feel like maybe you're ignoring in this is that every time they've done that where they've been like, I understand you, they don't say I forgive you. They specifically say at some points they specifically say what you have done is unforgivable. But I understand you. So like what they're saying isn't no matter the war crimes, as long as it was done with the best intentions, it's forgivable. They're saying no matter the war crimes, as long as it was done with the best of intentions, it is understandable. As in, there is a logical explanation as to why someone would do that. If you were in their shoes, maybe you'd have done the same. Which is of course absurd for a lot of us. But like, I could see the argument that if you were the leader of a nation that had the ability to preserve everyone in the afterlife, and the only way you could do that was the way that Queen Sreen is doing it, there is a possibility that you would be in the position of, well, I feel like I need to because my people expect me to. A lot of people do things in life because they think people expect them to do it. Not exactly to this extent, but there are a lot of people that do things because they think others expect them to. But that isn't like that. What I'm saying is, it's not about forgiveness, it's about understanding. Like, the thing is, I think maybe this draws a little bit on Emmett Selk, because one of the things that made Emmett Selk such an amazingly good villain was that we actually understood where he was coming from. Like, most of us that had followed the story well enough realized that from his perspective, we were the villain. And he was the hero. But that came from understanding. That doesn't mean that we go, so it's okay that he destroys the world, right? It just means that we go, well, from your perspective, you're not destroying the world, so it makes sense from your side. But we can't agree with that. That's not possible. So as I said, I don't think it's about forgiveness. I think it's more about understanding. And I feel like this entire story has been that, and Wuklamart has repeated that over and over again.
We've switched on the circuits like you asked.
Thank you, everyone. Hopefully, this does the trick.
Oh!
Hmm?
Amazing.
Wow! Look, Mother! Look!
It's beautiful.
I've never seen anything like it. What?
By the gods, it's Namika.
Begging your pardon, but I'm looking for a child. A small Shibrali girl. Have you seen her by chance?
You are Namika, aren't you? It's me, Wuklamat. Don't you recognize me?
Oh, what am I to do? The child and I, we aren't related by blood, but she's as dear to me as my own.
It's all right. You found her. I'm here.
You? Could it be?
Yes, Namika. You know these eyes, this voice. It's me, Wuklamat.
Oh! It is you! Oh, how silly of me. But if you're here, then that means...
No. I'm still alive.
Oh, good. Thank the gods for that. But what power has brought us together again? This isn't a dream, is it?
It's not a dream. Or rather, it is a dream come true. I so wanted to hear your voice one more time.
Just look at you, my Wuklamat. Stronger and more assured than I've ever seen. Such hazards you must have braved, and hardships endured to come so far.
It was tough, but I made it thanks to my friends. And to you, Namika. I'm the person I am now because you always believed in me. Because you loved me as if I were your own daughter. Thank you. Thank you. You're everything I could have asked for. The best mother.
Ah, I'm so glad.
Huh?
Looking back, I've had a blessed life. And it was because I was a part of yours. When I lost my child to illness, I thought I'd never know happiness again. But it rekindled in my breast the instant you smiled your little smile at me. You became my purpose, my joy.
You're mine too.
To have this chance to speak with you again and leave nothing unsaid. I know not how or why, but I am grateful. So grateful. Where you must go, I cannot follow. But know that I'll always be with you. Take care of yourself. Promise me.
I will. Mama. I will. And one day, we'll meet again. I understand why Sving cannot bear to let them go. But as painful as it is to part, we're meant to live and die. To let go and let others carry on in our stead. We can't cling to everything forever. Come. Let's keep moving.
I can see what you mean, Mary. Says I got the vibes of Alzheimer's or dementia patients recognizing their loved ones with this scene. Yeah. I could imagine that. Just to make sure, Kavkisha, you're not going to disappear when we shut this terminal down, right? Not just yet. It's the aero terminal in the northwestern zone that holds my memories. You already know how to operate the terminal. It's the same process as the fountain's control. I leave it for you to decide when to shut it down. Doing so will cause the endless here to fade away, together with this beautiful scenery. If you still wish to speak with people or see the sights, you'll want to do that first. Upon shutting down the hydro terminal, it will not be possible to restore Cannel Town to its present form. But it looks like something is going to stay. Huh. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark, yeah. Well, they seem to go out in a blaze of whatever.
Sleep tight, everyone.
Like, some of them were just in the middle of conversation, then gone. That's the ultimate case of you're telling a story to a friend over the internet and then your connection cuts. This time the connection is not coming back. This hurts. I'd be lying if I said otherwise. But the only way now is forward. Don't torment yourself so. I asked this of you, so the burden lies with me. And remember, we Endless are but facsimile crafted from memories. You needn't feel guilt for erasing us. Be that as it may, it's so hard to say goodbye. It is. Nonetheless, it's our duty as the living to know and remember them. So let's pull ourselves together and keep at it. Keep seeking them out. I'd appreciate that. Come, let's head to the next zone. Yesterland, it's called, and another zipline at the Gate of Remembrance will take you there. Ah, but I ought to mention, while shutting down a terminal should erase the endless bound to it, those with strong, unresolved feelings may linger for a time. If you encounter such individuals, perhaps you could lend them an ear. Their hopes are proof that they once lived. Remember. Pick one of these yellow dies. Or money. Those are your options. Would you like some yellow dye or 500 gil? You mean quest givers will stick around? How come? Yeah, exactly. Well, I will say it sounds silly and very convenient, but it does mean that they explain how it is possible. System reboot complete. Beep boop error. Error. User registration confirmed. I bid you welcome to Yesterland, where the dreams of children and inner children alike come true. Please enjoy your stay. Hey Anju, hope you're doing well. I'll say Black Mage has been fun so far. Amazing. Is this also a recreation of an actual place? After a fashion, Yesterland is themed upon a period of peace before the storm surge had engulfed the world in conflict. It was a golden age for Alexandria, and they've captured it here in the form of an amusement park. Well now, another large-scale attraction. Feels like the gold saucer. Liemeg, yeah. Tell me I'm not the only one who's excited. I'm not ashamed to admit I'm excited as well, and I imagine this is how we're intended to feel. On the far side of Yesterland is a castle. That's where the terminal is located in the basement. I'll go on ahead and wait for you there. Take what time you need to get acquainted with the locals. Have fun now. Like before, we'll speak with the Endless. We'll learn what's dear to them before doing what we must. Right, let's start by exploring and get our bearings. Take your time to know the locals before we Thanos snap them. Yeah, exactly. It's only fair. What are those? What are those? Appearing to be a domicile, this building resembles those that lie submerged in heritage found. The windows are composed of a colorful array of stained glass. Huh. The beautiful artwork on the ground depicts a swirl of stars. Perhaps such a sight was once visible in the Alexandrian night sky. The Spoopy boys, yeah indeed. Oh, hello there, miss. You're just talking about Sir Otis. Do you know of him? Do you know him? He's a bit odd and doesn't get jokes, but he's really strong and can vanquish fiends in a flash. He's probably out there fighting right now. When I grow up, I want to be strong like him. Sir Otis the children spoke of calls to mind another Otis. It might be worth seeking the man out to confirm his identity. You're waiting to see if tank melts are changing? Well, I mean, yeah, I could see the value in that. I am also interested to see if it changes much. My guess is that it doesn't change much, because if tenacity is, well, anything is possible. It depends on whether tenacity is better than determination, I guess, or equal to. Perhaps better than direct hit, or equal to. When you're talking melding. Is it him? Is he vanquishing villains? A man is engaged in battle with fiends. He may need a helping hand.
I know not who you are, but my thanks for your timely aid.
Your bait's so strong! That was amazing, Otis! And you too, miss!
Ha ha ha! Fiends such as these are naught to be feared.
Well then, dealt with it already, have you?
Be at ease, one and all. So long as I, Sir Otis, live and breathe, no citizen shall come to harm.
Otis? Of all the people, could you really be that Otis?
I'm certain I do not know what you mean by that, Otis. I am who I am, and I should very much like to know who you are.
You're Sir Otis Villona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria, yes? We met you while searching for Gululja. You cooked a most delicious repast for us. Fought beside us in Solution 9.
Gululja. Solution 9. I've never heard of such things.
Ah, his memory was recorded early.
These events of which you speak are utterly unknown to me, as are you. I'm quite confident I would recall if we had met before. Could this be? Villainy! You seek to bewilder me for purposes most foul!
Villains!
No villainy intended, I swear. Tell me I'm not mad. This is definitely the Otis we know, right?
Yeah, but he's 400 years younger or so. An earlier version, he won't remember his time as a machine.
I say! What are you whispering about there? Wait! I've no time for this. I must attend to my preparations for the founding celebration. The children begged and begged that I perform in the marquee play, and I cannot possibly disappoint them. I take my leave of you. Good day!
It is a nice shield. A sword with wings. 4 of them.
Founding celebration?
Villains! Villainy! God, what a surprise to meet Otis. It might not be the exact same as the one we met in Heritage Found, but still. Thinking back, he mentioned that he was a test subject for soul preservation. That might explain why he's here in this way. In any case, I'd love to talk to him some more. There are some things I need to tell him. Also, he has 500 gil for some reason. Right, let's go after Otis. He's bound to know about the past, about the Alexandria of old, as well as Svein when she was a living person. The problem is, he doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk. Perhaps we can offer to help him with this founding celebration. That might warm him to us. He set off this way. Come on. What was that? What is that? Why is there random fading in and out of existence Pepsi Man? It's a Spriggan with sunglasses? Or at least with glasses. They disappeared. It looked like they were like coming running at me, but when I walked closer, they completely disappeared. Are you harmed? Or are you unharmed? The latter, methinks. To which Her Highness replies with her winsome smile. I am, thanks to you, my dearest Otis. And he looks at me. And I look at him. Well, I'll have you know, Otis, that that's exactly what happened. You again? Shall I play the part of the Queen? I appreciate the offer, but there's no need. The script is my own work, you see, and the script is my own work, you see, and I know Princess Svein's lines even better than mine own. Ah, ha, ha, ha. There is, however, a scene with which I struggle. Hey, this looks like fun. Can I join in? You as well? I thought I said that I was busy. You did, but we thought maybe we could help. You're getting ready for the founding celebration, yes? I am, and if truth be told, we are in dire need of assistance. For this edition of the celebration, there is to be a play about the history of our realm for the children's enjoyment. But with few of us being given form, we haven't enough hands to carry out the production. Thus have I been tasked with not only writing the script, but performing as myself besides. Calm down, it's alright. We really are happy to help in any way we can. Just tell us what to do. For the same reason the production is short-handed, it has become difficult to gather a crowd. I'd be obliged if you could spread the word of the play to the children in Yesterland. Consider it done. We'll take ourselves around and talk to younglings. Splendid! Oh, and to better appeal to them, we have adorable animal costumes for you to wear, together with your cheeriest bearing, of course. One of us is an animal. Alright, anything to make the children happy. Let's see. Ah yes, this one should be suitable for you. Totally not us erasing people so I have even less hands available. Well, he might not have noticed these people aren't available. But we're probably not helping. Oh, it's a glamour. I was confused for a moment when you handed me the device. I have something in mind for you as well. Let me know when you're ready and I shall activate it for you. Why didn't you tell her if she... Why didn't you ask if she was ready? Ready, are you? Then let us have you don your costume at once. What do I turn into? Bonnie. Marvelous. There's not a child that would fail to be delighted. It really does suit you. Now that you are suitably attired, I pray you go forth and promote our play to the children. Concentrate your efforts here in the vicinity of the air cab station and see that you make it fun. In the meantime, I shall continue my own preparations here. Should your costumes wear off, I shall provide you with another. Is the Warrior of Light always turned into a bunny? Or does anyone know that their character got turned into something else? Oh, a rabbit monster! You shall rue the day you cross paths with this royal knight. There's going to be a play with knights and stuff? Come on, let's go and watch. We can ride the air cab later. Feel bad for any player using the bun boy girl just turning into a more bunny bun. You know, it's even sillier, Killer, because you could have had this exact costume, so someone could literally wearing it and go, nothing changed. Oh, hello there, Mr. Rabbit. What's the matter? Mr. Rabbit? Ah, the play. I know about it. They sometimes have performances over at the castle. I've seen it before, so I was going to give it a miss. But if you say it's special this time, then all right, I'll go. Well, well, who should interrupt my air cab watching but a person in a silly costume? Let me guess, you're here to tell me about the play. Don't bother, I've seen it no less than 50 times already. And it's special this time. Otis is going to be performing as himself? Now that's a new twist on an old classic. Alright, just for that, I'm willing to see the play again. That bun costume got some cake though, yeah. I know, right? A little weird. Feels naked somehow. It's very bottom heavy. Oh, are you here to look at Queen Sveen too, Mr. Rabbit? That great big golden statue is exactly what she looks like. That's what my mom told me. And she's a scientist. My mom also told me that the terminal is a tomb. Her Majesty must watch over all of us from there. A play about the realm's founding? I love history. That sounds great. I'll let my mom know so we can go and watch together. Thank you, Mr. Rabbit. Ow. Look, it's a rabbit. What is it? Want to play with us, do you? It's going to be a play about Queen Sveen? I want to see it. We'll head over to the castle right away. Thanks for telling us. You finished making your rounds? Excellent. I shall take the costume off your hands. Thanks to the two of you promoting the play in my stead, I could memorize the lines to my satisfaction. I'm grateful beyond measure. Don't mention it. It was fun meeting endless children. Endless children. What an odd thing to say when we're endless ourselves. Of course, fellow Endless. It's complicated. I'd explain it to you, but the play's due to start soon, isn't it? Aye, very soon. I must needs make my way to the venue and see to the final preparations. Let's talk later then. We'll be cheering you on from the crowd. By all means, but hold on. What would you say to performing in the play as well? Are you serious? Oh no, definitely not. I've never done anything like that, and I don't think I can learn lines on such short notice. Rest assured, it wouldn't be a difficult part. What I have in mind for the two of you is a little swordplay, a duel between Alexandrian and Lindblom soldiers that is certain to please the children, and without the need for words. What do you think? This Alexandrian knight is going to take you down. Huh, that keen, are you? Alright, you asked for it. And it is settled. I shall prepare your costumes for you. You need but engage in a mock fight. While there isn't time for a rehearsal, the little mistakes are all in good entertainment. With that, I shall go and inform the troop members of the changes. Pray make your way to Proto-Alexandria and await further instructions. You know, it's actually also pretty funny when you think about it, because Otis, as a robot, was like, yeah, I'm not an Endless. Turns out he is. That's the castle where the terminal is. When we shut it down, Yesterland and the Endless in it will also fade away. So let's give them a show to remember. And we'll remember them too. Them and what it is that they seek to preserve through this celebration. Here's a cookie for you to enjoy before I end you. Yeah. Huh. Maybe the Pepsi Men were like mobs dispersing after a fate ended or something. Pretty funny, all of the Outrunners have a different face. Or a different colored face. Like they're a bit random. Found it a little funny how Vuklamar turned to look at me when I clicked on the destination. He's like, alright, we're ready to wait then? Let's do it.
Well, this seems to be the right place. What's on the program, I wonder?
You'll be surprised.
And where are the others, for that matter?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tonight's performance is a story that takes place long, long ago. A great conflict rages over precious electrope, and the kingdom of Alexandria has been embroiled in the chaos. when the royal capital comes under siege, the kingdom's valiant knights lay their lives on the line for their beloved Princess Sveen. I bid you keep your handkerchiefs at hand. Now, without further ado... Yeah! It's a royal knight!
Who royally forgot their shield?
I beg your pardon?
What a twist!
Oh, unbelievable.
Ha! Yeah!
And then suddenly I cast Flare.
I am killed!
Wuglamat, you don't have any lines.
You must flee! All of you! Princess Sveen!
It's very small.
Are you unharmed?
Oh, I am, thanks to you, my dearest Otis.
My dearest? And so, in no small part, due to the valor of the royal knights, the kingdom succeeds in repelling the invaders. But their jubilation proves short-lived. For in mad defiance, the enemy unleashes a forbidden weapon which brings about a terrible calamity. Full many lose their lives. The good Queen Sveen, shining vision of hope, among them.
Blip. Swing.
Go to her! You're supposed to go to her!
Otis?
What's happening? Is it over already? And then, though the people grieved their queen's tragic passing, guided by her legacy of compassion. Oh boy. They, hand in hand
Oh,
to
no.
overcome an age of hardship, and in time, they built a peaceful and prosperous Alexandria. A new Alexandria.
Nailed it!
Pray forgive me. The memories. They had me in a vice grip.
All's well that ends well. I wouldn't dwell on it.
If I may ask, during your improvisation, you spoke of a new Alexandria. And so I'm given to wonder, do you hail from a time after mine own?
Yes.
We do. And we're living people, not endless.
My My word! That I should meet the living in this place. There is another question I dread to speak aloud. A question I couldn't bring myself to pose to newcomers out of fear of the truth. Alexandria. Does it still exist?
It does. It isn't quite the place you knew, but it endures. The descendants of your people walk its streets and live each day to the fullest as proud Alexandrians.
They live. We live. I had failed to protect my queen, but to hear that, it brings me a measure of peace.
And that is the reason why the robot of him refused to give up, even if the queen said he didn't have to do it. He couldn't not do it.
You were there too, Otis. That is an incarnation of you.
Of me? That's absurd. But wait, something comes back to me. When they were researching a means to resurrect Her Majesty, memory preservation or some such, I volunteered to be a test subject. No. It is a fog I cannot pierce. But pray, tell me, this incarnation of myself, what was he like?
He was a brave soul who protected his queen to the last.
That's not all. He was a father in all but name to the new king, Gululja. Whatever you may have failed to do, you're the noblest of souls, Otis. And your deeds, your sacrifice, gave us hope that we sorely needed.
It is a miracle. Verily, there can be no other way to describe it.
It is. It really is. We bear the legacy of your other self, and we'd be glad to bear yours as well.
My, what comfort you offer! With such dependable souls to take up my shield, I may rest easy indeed. I beg you, watch over our new king. The war changed my queen. To her final moment, grief darkened her gentle countenance. I've not the honor of knowing Gululja, but I pray that for all his days, he shall have cause to smile.
We'll see to it he does, Otis. I swear.
Oh look, very pink. Oh, right. Oops. Wrong staircase. Well, we're here. Are you having doubts? No, I'll do what I came to do. It's just, the fonder you are of someone, the harder it is to say farewell. If you're ready, Caetsu, then I am too. And Otis is the best, so... Alright, let me just say a word about those we met here. The program is exposition. Well, that is what it is, yeah.
That night, he was the one who looked after Gulja. And now you follow in his footsteps.
And those of others as well. We've come to know how much Svin's people loved her, how much they yearned for peace. All of this we'll carry with us.
I see.
And not that much change, it just turned electro-colored. It's like waking up from a sweet dream to bitter reality. But I'll never forget my time with the Endless, or the pain I feel now. We're more than memories stored in machines. So long as someone remembers us and carries on our legacy, we'll never truly fade away. All the colors get sucked away. Welcome to Europe. I don't feel like Europe is completely grey. So far, there appears to be no change with the Mesos terminal. So let's take the opportunity to visit another zone. Azali Volcane in the northeast. Place with the volcano, eh? And I suppose we're using the zipline again. You know it. Like before, I'll take care of the guard at the Gate of Remembrance. Come, let's head back. Well, before we continue, I'll just be right back. In the meantime, humanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Beep boop, error, error, download complete, user registration confirmed. Dauntless adventurers, I bid you welcome to Azael Volcani, the sanctuary of the strong. Fight with courage and honor, that your legend may resound forevermore in the arena of valor. Well, that sounds exciting. By the way, level 100 quest. It's only an illusion. It's only an illusion. What's this now? Don't tell me you're afraid of the lava. Not on your life. It isn't even real, is it? No, definitely not. But don't take my word for it. Jump in and see for yourself. No need. I believe you. That there is the terminal. You can get to it via the caverns that run through the volcano. I'll go on ahead and wait for you. Take care around the wildlife now. Hey, Erenville. I'll explore alone. You needn't worry. I'll give the wildlife a wide berth. Why, Erenville? He's still coming to terms with it. You can hardly blame him. Let's leave him be for now. Come on, let's get moving ourselves. I think some of it is killer. They said something like that at the start, that they're like put there to be preserved, something like that. So technically, kind of, sort of, maybe. But they do not seem like illusions in like the full sense of it. Did she just say, shall we go have a soak in the lava? But I bet they won't vanish if we destroy the terminal. That's true, I guess. Looks like we have two paths to choose from. I thought I saw Kafkisha heading left though. Well, that would seem to be a detour. I must say I'm rather curious about that round building. Well, I'm always up for the scenic route. Let's follow after Kafkisha and see what the building's about. A blazing soul. Ah! Sorry I called you that. Leave me alone. I'm also very blazing. Well now, look who came this way too. Great minds, as they say. This appears to be a fighting arena. Is it also a recreation of an actual place? In all likelihood, while I don't know the details, I understand such facilities were once common across the land. Though it's closed at the moment, even Solution 9 has the Arcadion. It may well be a legacy of the past. Anyway, it seems the next match is about to begin. As I've already spectated my fill, I will move on, but you ought to head inside for a look. It's a very tiny duel. Summoners! Wow. Looks like we're evenly matched.
That rather resembles Arcanima, wouldn't you agree?
Indeed. While similar arts could have developed independently across reflections, this verges on being identical.
Wait a minute. Hey, Kryl.
Is something wrong?
What?
Do we know each other from somewhere?
Come on, dear!
Oh, I'm sorry, but I must be going.
Wait, please!
You're new here, I gather. It may seem strange at first, but give it time. You'll grow accustomed to it soon enough.
No, I'm not. Rather, I'm, Oh, what can I say? Of course. This earring. Do you recognize it?
Impossible.
My name is Kryl. When I was a baby, I was taken from this world to another, where I grew up without knowledge of my past. I know not how much time has passed for you, and, things may not be as you expect them to be, but I'm here now. I found my way back. This earring, it contained a code with which I was able to reopen the gate. And I did, and I'm here. And...
Could it be as she claims?
She's not lying. I can tell. And there is no mistaking the earring. Oh. How you've grown, my darling daughter.
Aww.
it has been 20 years.
Is Dad going to get a hug too, or what? Off screen, I guess.
Yes, names. I'm Robor, and this is Alila, your mother. Doubtless, we have a mountain of questions for each other, but perhaps we can take this somewhere quieter? The heat wells, for instance. There's a spot there where we can relax and chat.
Could it be that the system orchestrated this reunion as well? Forgive me, this is all so much to take in. I'm struggling to collect my thoughts. Alright, I feel a little calmer now. I thought myself prepared for the possibility, but to actually come face to face with my parents was overwhelming. And having been parted from them as an infant, I'm not sure how to behave. Take your time. After everything that has happened, you deserve to do so. You have many things to say to one another. Now you can say them. Indeed, this is a meeting to be cherished. Just do what comes natural, eh? Thank you, everyone. I'll make the most of our time together. And we will be there too. Go on. No, don't worry if it's awkward. We don't care. Go ahead. Say whatever you fancy. We'll be here with our cameras and our memories. But go on. But first, Aetheryte. Hello, fellow adventurer. Who's like a few seconds ahead of me, but doing the exact same thing I am. I think. Ah! 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 Exactly, family reunion plus us. And we'll be there too. Such a strange feeling to be reunited with you beyond death. Your companions, what are they called? Oh dear, I'd completely forgotten to introduce them. Over here is Vuklamat, Vow of Resolve of Tuliolal. Beside her is Grahatia, my colleague in the Students of Baldesian. And this is Caetsu, an adventurer, though that hardly does her justice. She is the most dependable of friends to whom I owe my life. My word, we clearly have a great deal of thanks to give, don't we, dear? Oh, yes, we do. Our heartfelt gratitude to you all. Nodders? Did Kryl say she was from this world? Will she prove too? No. We were told at the start of entering this area that hundreds of years ago, living people also hung out up here, but eventually that stopped. Presumably her parents is from that time somehow because of timey-wimey stuff. Not the smoothest of beginnings, is it? If only we had some Zibruk Pibil to ease the way, am I right? Wait, that's not a bad idea. Hey, are you hungry? We could bring you something to eat if you like. Oh, thank you, but we're fine. You know, it's quite hot here by the springs. Something cold would be lovely. Understood. We'll fit you all treats that'll help you cool you off. I wouldn't want to be a bother, but... Reason to exit awkward reunion. Think nothing of it. This is what friends are for. Thank you. We shall look forward to the cool treats. Come back with burgers with sunglasses on them. What? You said cool treats, right? That was well conceived, Vuklamat. Just putting what I learned in Yaktel to use. If I had to mention a potential problem, however, it is that food here tastes like nothing to the living. Seriously, I had no idea. Still, it appears to be perfectly enjoyable for the Endless. I'm going along with the idea. Kryl likely understands this. It may not instantly break the ice, but I'm hopeful that it will help to thaw it. So shall we split up and look for what Alayla requested? Something cool, ironically. This is supposed to be a special moment, so I say we go with the best treat there is. One that'll leave an impression. The locals ought to be able to recommend something. If you wanted to ask people near the Aetheryte, Caetsu, Grazia and I will do the same elsewhere. Well then. So much for me specifically sneaking over to grab it. What? Oh, for the locals to not go out and get smacked by a fire sprite, I suppose. For a second, I thought it said Florida Man. For just a moment, I thought it actually said Florida Man. Ooh, after a long, hot soak like that, I'm going to need a Gold Star ice cream. What? You don't know Gold Star ice cream? It's only the most popular treat here in Azale Volcane. While it's a little tricky to tuck into, you can't come here and not try it. There's a stall just to the southwest, so you have no excuses. A cold treat that will leave an impression? That's a difficult one. Azale Volcane is home to fighters, so the food here is mostly the hearty and filling kind. Oh, right, there's a popular stall to the southwest that might just have what you're after. Why don't you go and take a look? What snack to have today? Hey, you want a recommendation for something tasty and cold? This stall doesn't have that sort of thing, I'm afraid. But speaking of something cold, I could use an iced drink with my snack. I think I'll get a coffee. Actually, a tea might be better, or even a lemonade. Ah, but I can't go past a beer. Yes, let's make it a white beer today. Based on what you've learned from the locals, the stall to the southwest seems to be promising. Yeah, so you're here too. Everyone I spoke with recommended Gold Star ice cream. Those colorful balls stacked on top of each other, that'd be the ice cream, I take it. I can see the appeal, but it's going to be hard to deliver it intact. We need 3 servings, so let's get Grau to help carry one. You're talking to a transportation expert. You mean you can do it alone? Well, there do seem to be vessels for carrying 3. Are you sure about this? Great, they're definitely safer in your hands than in mine. I'll go and tell Graha everything's taken care of. See you back at the springs. Hello there. Would you care for famous Gold Star ice cream? Alright, 3 servings coming right up. Here you are. You'll want to be quick so it doesn't melt, but also careful so it doesn't collapse. Good luck and enjoy. Deliver the ice cream to crowd before the time runs out. Did he say 2 minutes and 5 seconds? That's disturbingly specific. But it's okay, I'll just jump over this. Don't even think I needed 1 minute. Goodness me, what an amazing looking treat. Thank you so much, Caetsu.
Never did we imagine that such a reward awaited us. Isn't that so, Robor?
Yes.
Oh, don't mind your father. Like me, he's still getting used to seeing you all grown up.
This is just excruciating.
Yes, well, a 20-year blank is not so quickly filled.
Even so, there's got to be something we can do.
You know, I think I might have an idea.
Raha?
What is he doing?
Oh, you needn't force yourself.
It doesn't taste of anything to the living, surely.
No, it's delicious.
Is it?
I mean it. I've never tasted anything so good.
Really?
It really does taste so much better when we're all together.
Yes, indeed.
I'm suddenly craving dessert. How about you?
Truly, we've never felt so happy in all our lives. We don't know how to thank you. But at the very least, we can give you some answers. You've risked so much and come so far from them after all.
'Tis our understanding you are researching a power called interdimensional fusion. Will you tell us about it?
To begin at the very beginning, there is a legend passed down by our people, the Milala. In the distant past, we abided in a different world. Our homeland was a paradise of eternal summer. The flowers were always in bloom, until, that is, the great calamity turned the very seas to ice. As those around them froze to death, our ancestors looked to a mighty relic for salvation. By its power, they opened a portal and used it to flee to another reality.
The key is none other than that relic. And it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership. Desperate as we were, we accepted their help, only to later discover their ulterior motive, to plunder other worlds of ether. Seeking to frustrate their plans, we defected from the Order, and as their agents closed in on us, We seized control of the prototype gate and activated it.
What followed you already know. We sent our daughter and the key through the portal, entrusting them to the men we encountered. You were born with an unusual gift, you see. Upon learning of it, Preservation sought to subject you to experiments.
An unusual gift? The Echo, I dare say.
Our people, the Milala. Are there any ways I might learn more about them?
There are, such as visiting the cavern inside the volcano. Our ancient homeland has been recreated there. While it's intended to serve as an entertaining diversion, it ought to teach you a thing or two about our history and traditions.
May we go there? Selfish though it may be, I should love to learn of my ancestors. Of them. And of the legacy my parents entrusted to me.
Sure, by all means. As it happens, it's on the way to our destination.
For some reason, I'm the last person to leave. They all have good hearts. Our daughter is fortunate to have friends like you. You say the same. You've gone through much trouble for us. Alright then. The taste of family. Nice one, Graha.
Caetsu, Graha, Lamachi. With your help, I was able to not only bond with my parents, but know the joy of sharing a meal with them besides. For that, and so much else, I thank you.
That's a random selection.
As my parents told us, the cavern inside the volcano is a place for learning about the Milala's ancient homeland, but I'm hoping it will yield other information as well, namely information on preservation. Preservation, the scientists who were researching interdimensional fusion. And prior to that, created the Endless. As living memory is likely also their creation, I expect they would carefully curate any details concerning themselves, but I wish to keep an eye out nonetheless. I'm all for it, of course. Seeing as the key once belonged to the Milala, it couldn't hurt to learn about them. Right then, let's head out. Let's head inside.
Yeah, exactly, Matthew. Sorry, physical DPS. I don't know what else they should have put in that package, but it's just like they could have just put the piety and tenacity materia there. And then have a different quest give spell speed and skill speed, and then a different one give determination, the last one give crit or directed. And the reason why I'm like, they could have just put crit and directed here.
Quite a mystical atmosphere here. Is this what the Milala homeland was like?
Ding ding, correct.
Huh? What's going on?
Tour guide?
The ancient home of the Milala people is recreated here in exacting detail thanks to the marvel of electrope. The scale alone has been adjusted in order to accommodate folk of all proportions. Ah, but I have neglected to introduce myself. I am the guide for this facility, the Steps of the Speaker. It shall be my pleasure to assist you as you embark on your educational journey. There's even a guide. How considerate. Alright then, as we wander around, is there something we do not understand? If there is something we do not understand, we'll be certain to ask you. This is incorrect. Visits to our facility take the form of a quiz tour, so the correct answer is follow the instructions of your guide. That's yours truly. Sounds like a pain in the ass. I'm sure it'll be both enlightening and entertaining. Let's have them guide us. One grade 9 material is pretty strange either way. Yeah, it is. Very good, ma'am. I have registered the 4 of you as visitors. Please proceed through yonder passageway to the chamber beyond. Well, I'm reading this. This panel bears information on the history of the Milala. In the distant past, the Milala abided in peace upon isles of eternal summer. Winter never visited that bountiful land, and the flowers ever bloomed in all the colors of the rainbow. But such idyllic days did not last, for just when it seemed the westerly wind had turned cold, the seas suddenly froze over. From the fish in the water to the birds in the sky, all of the animals soon perished. This unnatural weather continued with seemingly no end, and one by one the Milala fell until the death toll was beyond counting. Those who lived still could do naught but pray as they huddled together for precious warmth. Panel bears information. The Milala are the keepers of a mighty relic passed down through the ages. While it has the appearance of a crystal, by whose hand it was wrought is unknown. When a great calamity froze their isles, the speaker, their spiritual leader, fervently prayed to the relic for salvation. In answer to their prayers, the relic opened for them a golden path, one that shone like the light of dawn, and through it they fled onto a new land. Since ancient times, the Milala have excelled in calculations by using formulae and figures to represent all natural phenomena. They have succeeded in devising a unique system of magic. This gift proved invaluable in their new homeland, where they employed their calculations to etch arcane circuits upon the ore, which later came to be known as electrope. Through this ingenious technique, electrope was transformed into a tool that could not only store lightning, but convert it into energy of any element. Esteemed for their excellence in the study of electrope, the Milala were favored by the rulers of many a nation. Some among them have attempted to invoke the power of their ancient relic to return to their homeland, but their effort were to no avail. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Eventually, the relic came to be forgotten, and some now question whether it ever actually existed. Oh, wait, I can mount up in here. If I may have your attention, you stand within a shrine of the Milala, a migrant people who roamed until they found new lands to call their own. According to folklore, they originally hailed from a paradise of eternal summer. Alas, they had no choice but to abandon it when a great calamity froze the very seas. The speaker, their spiritual leader, guided them to safety, and she is enshrined here with the sacred relic she wielded. In this place, they performed rituals dedicated to the dream that, one day, they might return to their ancestral home. A sacred relic? That must be the key used to initiate interdimensional fusion. Interdimensional fusion? If such a wondrous power existed, I can only imagine what great feats it could be used to achieve. Now then, it's time for a history quiz. Here we go. There are 4 braziers in this room, each of which is accompanied by a panel bearing a statement. If you believe a statement is true, then you must light its brazier by operating the panel. Simple, yes? Without further ado, please nominate a representative and begin. If there are no objections, let us have Caetsu do the honors. Go on, and take a look at the panels, my friend. Long ago, our people dwelled on isles of eternal summer where the flowers ever bloomed, yet eternity did not last, for a calamity turned the bounteous waters to barren ice. Yeah, we do wish to light that one. Praying fervently upon the sacred relic, the speaker opened a portal through which our people fled. However, she alone had to remain behind in order to sustain the power. While the statement is similar to what you heard from the guide, you do not recall the speaker remaining behind. Owing to our innate gift in arcane calculations, we Milala not only transformed Electrope into a miraculous tool, but excelled in study besides. As such, despite originally being outsiders, we were favored by the rulers of many a nation. Nothing in this statement was touched upon by the guide. You will need to find other sources to ascertain its veracity. When lightning threatened the world, we Milala turned to our relic once more. Invoking its power, we opened a portal and returned to our ancient homeland. While the statement is similar... Nope. Remember, you must light the braziers whose statements you believe are true. Are you ready for your answers to be judged? Yes. Very well, let the judging begin. You have answered correctly, and on your very first attempt besides. Amazing! Great work, Caetsu. I knew you could do it. Taken at face value, the information here would suggest that the Milala had simply migrated from a distant land. But we know better. We are aware of the existence of shard worlds, umbral calamities, and interdimensional fusion. For an event that froze the seas, the 5th umbral calamity comes to mind, that which ushered in the Age of Endless Frost. And legend holds that, during that age, the entire population of the South Sea Isles vanished overnight. Caetsu, in the course of your adventures, might you have learned aught of this legend? Not really, I don't think. Or did I? Oh, right. Alo Alo. Not only did you visit a shrine of the forgotten people of Alo Alo, but you did battle with the statue of the speaker as well? The things you get up to never cease to amaze me. The art of Arcanima, too, traces its roots to the calculations of the South Sea Islanders. While we cannot outright conclude that these people were the Milalas, there are at least enough points of similarity to support the theory. Ahem. If you muse to your satisfaction, let us move to the next chamber. Another quiz awaits. How many of these quizzes are there? Pineapple!
The fruit of sacrifice explodes.
Ether current. That was really lucky that I randomly looked to the left there. We have come to the most enigmatic location in the museum. While it is known as the Speaker's Rest, everything else remains a mystery. No one knows what purpose it served, not even the Milala themselves. That's rather curious. Isn't it though? Some have suggested that this place is purely the creation of the facility's designer, that it didn't actually exist in the Milala homeland. It's generally believed, however, that the adornments upon the wall are masks that represent the emotions of men. And that brings us to the final quiz. The question is simple. How many types of masks are there? It's the last one already? Something tells me it's not going to be as simple as it sounds. Please take all the time you require. I shall be here when you're ready with the answer. See. Some of them are identical. So far I see 3. 4. I see 4. I see a lot of them, so it would shock me if there was more than 4. So, how many kinds of masks are there? Have you determined the answer? 4. So your answer is 4. How about everyone else? Seriously? I thought it was 6. Like Caetsu, I also believe it is 4. As do I. And the correct answer is... 4. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Damn it, where the hell did I mess up? And that concludes the quiz tour for the steps of the speaker. I thank you for your visit today and eagerly look forward to your next.
Finished at last. Gods, I'm exhausted.
If the legend is true, the Malala were refugees from the source.
That explains why the key sent them back to the source.
But what is this relic of theirs that can bridge worlds? Who made it? And to what end?
Much about the key remains shrouded in mystery. By augmenting it with Electro, Preservation did succeed in opening a portal. Yet they could never grasp how they had managed to do so, much less the underlying principles of the technology. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, let alone who imbued the key with its power, when they did so, or why. But remember this. The key is a tool, and like all tools, in and of itself, it is a force for neither good nor evil. Once taken in hand, however, its capacity for both is made plain. In delivering one man, it may doom another, making a lie of its bearer's every good intention.
As did Preservation, Queen Sveen seeks to wield the key in the name of those she loves. And in so doing, makes her people party to the destruction of countless souls. We have told you all we can. To be able to share this with you at the last, it feels as though we fulfilled our purpose.
You've come to shut down the terminal.
Yes, we have. But perhaps there's another way, one that doesn't require the terminal's deactivation.
For the longest time, we've sought a means to erase ourselves before our knowledge could be used for ill. And in you, we have found it. So press on. Press on, and don't look back.
I will. May I ask you one last question?
Of course, my dear.
The earring. Why did you leave it with me?
Because, Kryl, we wanted to see you again.
I'm wondering, why didn't they just go with her? Why did they go back? I don't think I quite caught that.
This may seem self-serving, but we wanted to leave a trace of ourselves with you. A hint to guide you to us, so that we could live in hope.
We've dreamed of this day for so long, but now that it's become reality, we wonder if we deserve to enjoy it. We wanted naught but the best for you, yet we've always wondered how much you might have suffered in our absence.
Do not torment yourselves so. As fate would have it, you entrusted me to a good man. His name is Galuf, and he raised me as his own. What's more, I've been blessed with the finest comrades anyone could have. It's thanks to you that I am here now, hale and happy. So please, be at peace. Be at peace. Mother. Father.
You already have a beautiful name, but if we might call you by the one we gave you? Maya. Our dearest Maya. We love you more than life itself.
Maya. My name. My name is Maya.
Are you sure about this? You can leave the terminal to us, you know.
No, I must do this. Kryl, Maya, Baldessian must press on. Press on and...
Farewell, Mother. Farewell, Father.
Farewell.
Aw. If I may confide in you, Caetsu, I've been anxious ever since I chose to accompany you to Tyrol. I was afraid of what I might discover. Perhaps I'd learn nothing, or worse, that my parents didn't love me. But now I know the truth, and I couldn't be happier. I'm glad I took up Pixomancy, and I'm glad I mustered up the courage to say that I wanted to join you. Thank you, Caetsu, for trusting me with your life and walking with me all this way. Well, that's all I wanted to say. I'll see this through. Rather, we'll see this through together. My apologies for keeping you. Come, let's catch up to the others.
The others have told me all. I'm glad Kryl could bid her parents a proper farewell. Now then, to ask this question for the second to last time, are you ready to shut down the terminal? Yes.
You know how to do it.
I do.
Pew! Ether beam! Just a rock. That's just floor. That's just water. It's like sightseeing in a theme park that is about to close for the last time. Are you alright, Kryl? I am. I chose to forge on no matter what. And I've had the courage to do so because of you all. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I must say, the closer we get to the end, the faster time seems to pass us by. Come, let's head to the fourth and final zone. By now you know how to get there, yes? Yes, we do. Excellent. This time, I'd like to quickly check on the mesoterminal, so I'll meet you at the Gate of Remembrance. Come on, everyone. As far as I can tell, we still have some leeway with the mesoterminal. Meaning you can carry on getting to know the Endless in the last zone. Wind's Path Garden, it's called, and it's breathtakingly beautiful. That's where your memories are stored, yes? That's right. I left it for last so I could guide you for as long as possible. Very thoughtful of me, yes? Oh, a great idea just occurred to me. What might that be? I'll save it for after we've arrived on the other side. See you there. Great ideas are generally less than great. Okay. Hey, Erenville. As much as I want to grant your mother her wish, I also want to respect yours. When all's said and done, I want you to be happy. I hope you know this. I know. I know. Kafisha isn't only his mother, she's his mentor as well. That can only make it harder for him to say goodbye. Let's go. For now, we keep doing what we've been doing, seeking out Endless and learning what's dear to them. Beep boop. Error. Error. Verification system initialized. User registration confirmed. Greetings and welcome to Windspath Gardens, the sanctuary of exploration and discovery. Marvels of the natural world await you. Here we are.
If I could have everyone's attention, I know we have pressing business, but I'd like to say a few words. Before I died, I had 2 wishes. The first was to see who my Eleneshpia would become. I would say that wish has been fulfilled. Indeed, it has. For the boy who once shunned company has returned a somewhat sociable man, surrounded by wonderful friends. As his mother and mentor both, I couldn't be more proud. As for my second wish, that was to see all manner of nature that I had never seen before. I hoped to explore every corner of the world and there find thriving life. But I didn't even get to see all of Tural, did I? Never enough hours in a day, or days in a year, or years in a life.
Kafkiwa.
Oh, don't give me that look. Though, admittedly, I did go and spoil the mood. Apologies. What I was so poorly trying to work up to asking was this. I want you to help me fulfill my second wish. I have a good feeling about this place. There is so much here I've never seen before, I just know it. We'd love to see it with you. I thought you might say that. Thank you. Windspath Gardens is home to a collection of flora and fauna that once thrived on the continent. Like the rest of living memory, I haven't explored it in earnest. Controlling my vessel demanded all of my attention. But at long last, I'll get to meet the creatures here. Wrap things up with a perfect little adventure. So, shall we?
Absolutely not. We're to grant you your wish, and then what? You leave? You cannot ask that of me.
Oh, Eleneshpia. Please understand. I just wanted to end on a happy note, Not only for myself, but for all of us. Better that than a sad goodbye, surely.
Then, with your consent, let's begin our adventure. Naturally, while we go about this, feel free to continue befriending Endless, and be sure to absorb the delightful scenery.
Oh, that was fast. Just straight up.
This particular garden is called Blooms of Discovery. Beautiful, isn't it?
It's absolutely stunning. And they are all actual plants?
They are indeed. These specimens were brought here hundreds of years ago for conservation, as the calamity had pushed them to the brink of extinction. So this zone is like a great conservatory. Precisely, my dear Kryl. Here you'll find flora and fauna the likes of which no longer exist elsewhere. Doesn't the thought just set your heart aflutter?
I suppose. I expect that some creatures I encountered outside of Tyrol may have cousins in this world. While I'm no expert on life in the Reflections, it would make for an interesting study to compare them.
Now there's an idea. Leave it to my pupil to think up such. Here we have not only a world's traversing adventurer and a veteran gleaner, but a pair of Sharlayan's finest scholars besides. It's a veritable gathering of inquisitiveness, and I'm thrilled to be part of it.
Again? Are the rewards here based on what job you are? Because the piety and the tenacity doesn't make sense then.
To begin with, I'd like you to scout out the vicinity and report back with any points of note. This would be a good opportunity to speak with the locals. They're bound to be familiar with the area after all. As Eleneshpia suggested, it would be interesting to compare the creatures here with those native to the source. I never ventured outside of Tyrol, so I look forward to your insights. Just leave it to us. I've only ever been to Sharlayan myself, but I'd like to think I know interesting when I see it.
Timberman!
Oh, hello there. What am I doing, you ask? Being very pink is what you are. Look up the trunk. See the plants within capsules? These are species that either can't survive in Windspath Gardens or would become invasive and disrupt the ecosystem. The capsules recreate the conditions they require from tropical to frigid climes while keeping them isolated. In this way, any and all plant life can be preserved forever, just like ourselves.
That does make me think that Sharlayans would love this place. They might actually have supported Queen Sphene in this before the things that happened in Endwalker. At least partly.
See a creature wandering about that resembles a tree and is native to the Twelvewood. Oh right, Aetheryte. Looks like it's up there with the last point of interest. The flower garden appears to be meticulously maintained, if not by Endless, then by machines. Did you know that even the water here is created using electrobe? The initial product is too pure, though, and adjustments have to be made so the composition resembles what's found in the natural environment. That's just one of the many things they do to create the ideal conditions for these plants to thrive. I don't know what's become of the world outside the barrier, but I should like to visit a lovely spot such as this in real life. Speaking of lovely spots, have you been to the top of this lookout here? It's a great vantage point, and there's even a food stall in case you're hungry. In case you're hypothetically hungry. My ancestors aren't actually Alexandrian, but hailed from a place called Gondepetje. They had some unique customs there. For instance, when greeting someone, you had to say "Lali-ho" in a spirited manner. Our settlement was also famous for a gigantic tree that grew nearby. It was so enormous that, when you stood at its base, the roots covering the ground went beyond the horizon. The terminal here at Windspath Gardens is apparently inspired by that very tree. The Leafat tree, its name was. It may not be real, but it's nice to have it as a memento for posterity. Wow, another place that said Lali-ho. Lali-ho. It's the village of dwarves from Final Fantasy IX. Oh, nice. Thank you. I didn't know that. I do believe there's a lot inspired by Final Fantasy IX. Is it Ails or Aes? Ah, welcome back, Caetsu. Kryl just delivered to me a most fascinating report. You have some engaging impressions to share too, I hope? The Leafat Tree is also a dungeon from 9. Oh. Well, this is all very interesting indeed, but I must say I'm most fascinated by the ambulating trees. While there are similar creatures in Erkopacha, could you tell me more about these treants as you know them? Isles? Ales? They're native to the Twelvewood, where they prey upon even wolves. Is that so? To maintain the ecosystem here, I imagine there are creatures that serve as their prey. The management of ecosystems, that calls to mind Labyrinthos, does it not? That it does. Lest you wonder, Labyrinthos is a storage facility deep beneath Sharlayan that contains a recreation of a temperate climate zone. Such a place exists? Amazing! By the by, did anyone also catch sight of a large scalekin? A large scale, can you say? What does it look like? Nothing I've seen before, but it has a rodent-like form and walks on all fours. If it looks like a rodent, wouldn't that make it a beastkin? No, it's covered in scales, ones that appear to mimic succulent plants. But that, I would definitely classify it as a scalekin. Leave it to the professionals. Well, it's hard to say for certain without seeing it. Why don't you show me? Very well. It was in a flower field earlier and should still be nearby. Should still be near. Let's head over there then. When we find it, we'll see who's right. The two of you should come along too and let us your opinions. Go on ahead, Caetsu. I'll let the others know and then join you. Oh yeah, those! Spot a beast resembling the Echivor you encountered in the first. That's the one there. I see, I see. At a glance, it certainly has the look of both Scalekin and Beastkin. Let's examine it more closely, shall we? Tell me your observations. It's a Pokemon. It's covered in plant-like scales. That was also the first thing I noticed. I dare say those scales are for hiding in foliage. Having studied it, I believe that the scales upon its back are in fact a unique form of hide. Rather than being shed, it grows with the creature. You may be right. If we consider that along with its other characteristics, such as its face and hands, it's more likely to be a beastkin like you said. A physical examination would be needed to confirm this beyond doubt, but I'm satisfied simply to have seen it. It seems you alone were familiar with this species. Where did you encounter it? The fairy kingdom of the first! Caetsu has been to the very edge of existence. She has seen life that others could only imagine. Amazing! Creation truly holds no end of mysteries. Oh, how I'd love to see them all. The life beyond the bounds of our star, and plain both. Looks like we're having fun. Hearing about the unknown never fails to rouse me. I felt the same way when Ketenram and Galuf treated me to tales of their travels. You met my grandfather too? Oh, didn't I already mention it? It was when Galuf came to Taral to investigate the Golden City. I happened to have business with Gulul Jaja, so we met in Tuliolal. Little did I know that the tiny babe he was cradling would return as you. To think that our paths had already crossed all these years ago. Not only yours and mine either. And Eneshpe was there too, you know. I don't remember. It's quite fine if you don't. It was actually because Galuf told me about Shalin that I later urged Eleneshpe to take up gleaning. My fuzzy bonbon was growing up dour and withdrawn, and it was when I was at my wit's end that I recalled your grandfather's story about gleaners. Seeing the world through their adventures would inspire change for the better, I believed. I'm sorry I was dour and withdrawn. If you ask me, you still have some work to do, but it's because you're that way that you're with us now, and I, for one, am grateful. Well, let's keep moving, shall we? There's a facility I've been wanting to visit, the Caetsu Museum of Nature. They're supposed to have creatures to take you on leisure flights. There's just one problem. It seems only 3 people can fly at one time. Then you and Erenville should go. The rest of us still have plenty of other things we can do here. If there's room for one more, why don't you come with us, Caetsu? Okay. Then it's settled. The museum is at the bottom of the ramp that runs west of Leinod Aero. Come on. Soon we'll be there. My notes tell me there's 2 quests left after this one. Why not? Looks so optimal. I wanted the time save. Now maybe? Yes. Ow. I wonder how much of this place will turn boring when we turn off the terminal if all the plants are actually real. Here it is, the Caetsu Museum of Nature. The main building is closed due to the ether shortage, but happily they're still offering leisure flights. And there are the fellows that will bear us. How adorable. They don't look capable of flight. Ahaha, come now. You know better than to judge a creature by its appearance. This will be great, I just know it. Begging your pardon, but this is where you can go on leisure flights, yes? Indeed it is. Bearing you will be our adorable Mirapiaras, who are especially trained by a Terali friend. Just say the word, and we will send you up and away. And there you have it, shall we, then? You're ready? Then go ahead and mount up. The Mirapiaras fly a set route, so you need only relax and enjoy the view. Whee! How exhilarating! I'll be damned, they really do fly. Hey, the way we're flying information, don't we look like migrating birds? Except we're on giant rodents. Speaking of migrating birds, the mallard is where your name comes from. Did I ever tell you that? That I knew, but I learned it from the shamanis, not from you. A migrating bird can fly anywhere it desires, even across oceans to distant continents. And you've done just that, my clever mallard. I'd thank you not to call me that. Oh dear, is it over already? Time really does fly when you have fun. What a joy to see living memory from up high. Ah, that was wonderful. An experience worth saving for the very end. You two enjoyed yourselves as well, I trust? It was enjoyable enough, I suppose. From my fuzzy bonbon, that's high praise. I'm glad I invited you and Caetsu. Thank you for indulging me. If I could, I'd go for another 100 rides, but I must settle for the one. It's time we were headed to the aero terminal. If there are still things you wish to do, you'll want to do them now. When you're ready, make your way along the path yonder. I'll find the others and let them know the same. I had a feeling we had to speak with Erenville. She's only a facsimile constructed from her memories. I understand this. But when she's right there, as alive and spirited as I've ever known her, how am I supposed to do it? How am I supposed to erase her? Does she even know how it tears me apart? Sure it does. I am actually sure she does.
How delightful this has been. Not since my journey with the Dawn Servant have I enjoyed myself so. No, I'm selling it short. This was even better. And that's because I was able to share this adventure with my darling boy. Well, this is as far as I can go. As for the rest...
Just stop. You're doing it again. Deciding everything by yourself, and then disappearing.
Eleneshpia, you're my pupil, so you ought to understand. Everything that lives must one day die, and that which has died isn't meant to return. This is the way of nature. Mine is an unnatural existence, and I've suffered it only because I had to unmake this twisted mausoleum. But now that brave souls have appeared to whom I might entrust my mission, I may finally embrace the end. Can't you be happy for me?
How could I be happy?
I was actually quite scared, you see. Scared that I'd be trapped inside the barrier forever and denied the thrill of discovery for all my days. Your coming gave me courage and comfort, Eleneshpia. More than you know. And now here I stand, unburdened and free. In this moment, the happiest of my life.
And those feelings will live on.
As you wish, Mother. I'll continue what you began. You were right, of course. Leaving home has broadened my horizons. I've met my friends and found this place. So I bid you leave your dreams with me. And no, I'll go where you couldn't go, and do what you couldn't do. I will.
Look at you. All grown up and dependable. Yet with so much more ahead. A world of experiences await you, each a lesson of its own. You may know failure and burning regret, but these too shall become beacons to guide you. So come what may, hold your head high and carry on with conviction. And wherever your journeys take you, keep me close to your heart, will you? I should like to be there, to see what I haven't seen.
You will be, Mother.
Now, run along. And never forget that you're my pride and joy. I trust you all can handle the rest. Take care, and farewell.
We leave this to you, Erenville. I won't waver. Not anymore. If you're ready yourselves, then so am I. It is interesting how they mention it. Like, just in case.
That makes all of them.
All that remains is to wait for the meso-terminal to become vulnerable when it's about to initiate fusion. And then we strike.
Please be advised, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. Repeat, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. The ether of all residents will shortly be replenished. Be at ease. No action on your part is required. We thank you for your patience.
Wait, it's already begun?
Uh-oh. Not a moment too soon. It's as if she's saying she won't let us do as we please anymore. Through our time here, we've come to know that what it is Sveen seeks to protect. But that doesn't change what we have to do. Karen says Ether and Crystal just crashed? Oh no! That's not good. We'll carry out Kavkisha's plan. It's our best chance at stopping Sveen. It will be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt. We are all prepared, I assume. That goes without saying. Come, we head to the Mesa terminal. The final quest, Dawntrail. No good. It seems we can't simply shut down the Mesa terminal like the others. Not surprising in the least. My mother did tell us its defenses are tight. But she also left me a means of circumventing them. A program that will send your souls into the terminal's memory banks. Therein lies a virtual domain generated by Sveen's memories. So we would venture into this domain and then seek out and stop Sveen. If our souls are transferred in their entirety, dying in that domain would be no different from dying outside of it. There's no guarantee of safe return. Nonetheless, that is a risk we must take. We've already come this far, and I'll be damned if I'm going to turn back now. By meeting the Endless, I've gained a better understanding of Sveen and the burden she bears. Exactly, you die in the game, you die for real. I want to say a few things to her when we meet again, even if it doesn't make a difference. Whatever happens, we won't let Sveen walk her misguided path any longer. For those we've yet to meet! I'll do all I can to provide support. Mother has instructed me on her program as well as the world within the terminal. I'll also keep an eye on your bodies while you are gone. Should it come to it, though, I won't hesitate to call on our comrades outside. I'm acutely aware of my limits. Upon entering the terminal, we will most certainly meet with fierce resistance from its defenses. Then there is Sveen herself. In order to initiate the interdimensional fusion, she said she intends to erase her own memories. What manner of entity she will become as a result, none can say. And if she invokes the key and opens portals to other worlds, she would have access to vast amounts of ether to bring to bear against us. We must be prepared for anything. Whatever we encounter won't change our objective, and it won't change what I'll do. Come, my friends, it's time to settle this. Believe it's dungeon time first? Yes. I just want to check. Whoops. Yeah, I imagined it would be like that. Yep, dungeon then trial. Before we do that, I'll have to be right back. But if you would like to join me, then let me know. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright, I'm back. Sure, Angel. It seems like Shaq says they're not at the part where I am in yet, so if you want to join with a healer friend, that can be done. Now you can invite your friend. Alexandria. Now let's see if I can figure out how to use Flare Star. Which is an action I've had for hours. This is straight up Final Fantasy IX, right? Final Fantasy IX's Alexandria?
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
Have you heard? Princess Fiend is here.
Foreign entities detected. Proceeding with removal.
Well, very easy to get my triple flares when I have a third flare to use.
Your smile means all is right with the world.
If I smile, it is because you all smile for me.
I feel like I heard this song in the... Oh yeah. Can't exactly remember where in the reveals, but I do remember hearing this song. You know, it is kind of nice. Now that I have Flare Star, even if there's like only 1 or 2 mobs left at the end of a pack, it's still optimal to use Flare Star because Flare Star is Flare Star. And Flare Star is always good. You know, the gauge is really nice to keep track of how many Fire Falls have been used instead of looking at the MP bar. And yes, I totally swift casted that one because I wanted to be sure I could cast it. Antivirus! Oh no! I'm guessing it's... Thank you for the ride. Oh. Oh, I hope we can do it with 2. Whew, that is painful. Uh-oh. I got sniped by a snapshot. Ah, I thought I could make it. I could not make it. The greed cost me dearly. I should have just swift casted it. Oh, thank you.
You are my people, and I will protect you. The painful memories of war I lay to rest.
That was an interesting mechanic. It wasn't like super complex or necessarily new. It was an interesting idea. Well, like, of a way to do that kind of mechanic, I mean. It's a really, really big attack for a random mob. Only 2 mobs? Looking at our tank here, I'm guessing the answer is yes. Oh, for a second I thought it had like 4 necks, but no head. It's always awkward when I find myself in Umbral Ice 1, but I don't want to transpose back and flare. It might be the best I can do when I mess that up. I think my Umbral Ice is going to run out. It didn't.
Security breach confirmed. Initiating level 5 security protocol.
Starting with a raid wide. Disassembly. It's not disassembly. Whew. Planned. Nailed it. Amalgamite? Hmm. Okay, then I'll just not cast Blast Eye, I guess.
Fear not. You will all live on. And at the last, my final is endless.
Detected. Initiated. Caetsu protocol.
She's not doing well, is she? Nice. Big dablage.
They preserved the Queen! We can't give up! Not until keep complete!
Seems fine to me. Yeah. Probably not that different from a lot of AIs. Is what you meant? Something that you didn't say. Why are some of the protocol guys here Mamuja? Eliminator. Yeah, it brought a sword, a hand, but no arms, weirdly.
Initiating level 9. Activate permanence. Engaging properties. Attempting removal via incision.
Didn't realize that that was the indicator. Removal via incision.
Commencing extermination sequence. Attempting extermination via multiple armaments. Purging via armaments. Acquiring target. Exterminating.
They showed the last boss of the final MSQ dungeon, the first fan fest for this expansion. Really?
Commencing final attacks.
Did they show this boss?
Attempting annihilation via high-powered energy discharge.
Are you sure it's a good idea to announce how you're going to kill us each time, buddy?
Energy accumulation complete. Initiating final attack protocol.
Final? So you're done after this? Did we take 0 damage? Nice shields.
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation.
Yeah, I should have looked out. That was on me.
Attempting total annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
That, I'll defer to your judgment on that, Angel. I didn't see which order they got planted in. It's extra awkward when the boss announces whenever it loops the mechanics, isn't it? Never mind. No more annihilation for you, buddy. Did they reveal this boss this long ago? Or what do you mean, Matthew? Hmm. Only art of it. Ah, okay. I mean, that's an example of a spoiler where that boss looks so insanely absurd that you could show that and go, which dungeon do you think it's from? And I think most players would be like, are you sure it's a boss? Like, are you sure it's for this expansion? Surely it's for 8.0 or something. That Dawntrail is not this, is it? Yeah, the boss arena. Of course.
Steen! Steen, listen to me, please!
I'm afraid she's gone.
Synchronization will soon be complete.
Yeah, the mistake is she gave us a square platform. That's a good point. Seems she also decided to not participate on the platform. That's also a bad sign for her.
Synchronization complete. Data for the Endless Fiend has been overwritten and reconfigured. All shall be well, henceforth and in perpetuity.
Yeah, purging memories equal become mech.
Forever will I keep and cherish my people. To that end, I have removed the remaining checks upon my authority.
Gods!
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
Wait, I still haven't
Begone from my presence.
Why am I still here?
According to Eliminator's battle data, you pose the single greatest threat. As such, you will be erased, here and now.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice? Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you. Is that concern or suspicion?
Both.
If things should take a turn for the worse... Might I...
I know what I have to do.
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
power! What do you mean, Matthew? Did you just already have like 7 other people next to you? Like, oh, hi. Also, this song is awesome. I have a feeling this is also going to be very hard as a black mage. And this is, I mean, we had NPCs with us canonically in 2 other fights. Yeah, I'll tell you, when... it keeps getting better. When Erenville was like, I'll go and fetch the others if we need it. I was like, yeah, so... when we get to the trial, he'll be like, oh yeah, incidentally, this is the moment when we needed more people, so there you go. Now we're 8, but that's not what happened. We're just waiting for Angel to get back before we queue. Assuming that both Angel and Ash here wants to join. And then we hope that there are 4 other people still awake to do this on a Sunday night. It's possible. Ah, there's an invisible wall, everyone. There's an invisible wall. We can't do it. And he says, I managed to get a group very late day 1. I'm sure it'll be fine. Well, the thing is, on the one hand, very late day 1 is very fast. But Sunday night, there's probably a lot of players that were like, they just don't finish in the weekend because they have work on the Monday. Congratulations, Lexi. That was a lot of time. Did you practice on that since you said you started on it? A healer. You did it 3 times. Okay. Well, congratulations, still. On Pictomancer it was not easy. I could imagine. I don't know if it has less mobility than Black Mage, but it wouldn't surprise me if you said that Pictomancer is not like much more mobile than Black Mage. And it wouldn't surprise me if you said it has worse mobility than Black Mage either.
The worlds have been bridged. Be at ease, everyone. Your ether will soon be replenished. I will suffer no interference. Disappear.
Yeah, exactly, Lexi. I could imagine that specifically the motifs are the problem. Queen Eternal.
Greetings and goodbye.
Okay. Oh, we have 2 Black Mages. Looks like he decided to do it differently than me. Ow. That is an interesting telegraph. Perfectly suitable and shows everything you need, but very strange. There. How about we spam some chase AoEs, am I right? Oh, she has a lot of HP. Blep. Oh no, now we're going to lose. What are we going to do? It's not a square arena anymore. Normally I wouldn't greet that without knowing for sure that it would work, but I'm amazed that we haven't had more death. Matthew says this one has preemptive item level sync. Good. Excellent. I'm glad. What? It's latched onto me. I don't understand. Oh, it would move according to me. So if I would stand awkwardly for... Okay, they just got 8. They just got maunched. It's just a straight up one shot. Bonk. I should have used Fire 3 for that. That's no thanks. Also, this is not what I'd call well balanced. Ow. We can recover from this. This boss has a lot of instant failure.
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
I should not have just ran blindly. I assumed it would be alternating, but now I see it could be twice on the same side. I was lucky that I didn't get punished for that. And that doesn't surprise me, Matthew. I'm amazed that how much we're surviving this. Did she ask twice? Oh, what? And a glare mechanic? Oh. That was awesome. That's the kind of mechanic where I was like, but this is normal. They don't allow that in normal. Ah, didn't make it. Should not have greeted on that. That sounds like a bad idea, Queen Eternal. Oh.
Is this a rift in reality? Has she lost control of the power? Steen, listen to me.
Unk. Listen to this primal rend.
I understand. I do. And I know that you won't be swayed from your course.
Crunch.
There's truly no other way to resolve this. Then face me. Not as a machine, but as the real you.
Lamachi.
Anomaly detected in memory banks. Data for the endless fiend partially restored.
This is what I desire, and I will not fail.
Well then.
I can't bear to lose them. Not again.
I feel your pain, as if it were my own. At last, I think I know you. All of you.
How can you say that to me now?
It's over, Sphene. We will stop you.
No! I won't let you! I can't! I will protect my
I found an amazingly good spot here. Are you seeing this?
Leave that burden with us now. We will bear it in your stead.
Villain! Be gone! During the dungeon, there was the same voice as Otis. Yeah, I think I heard that too. I got 2 commendations? Huh? What did I do? I died! At least once. That was not that was not my most impressive performance. I crashed my rotation a few times. I even had to reset it. I'll take it. I appreciate it.
Your voice reached me, Lamachi.
Is it really you?
No, only in part. My memories as a living person are gone. I've been remade from those I had as an endless. However, I cannot remain long, for the meso-terminal will soon cease to function. Once, you wanted to know me, Lamachi. Let my last act be to give an honest accounting. I am, above all, sorry for the suffering I've caused your people and mine. I am ultimately powerless against the inevitable, unable to do aught but visit harm upon the innocent. I am, in the end, a pitiful, selfish creature. One that should never have been created.
You're merely a system created to sustain Alexandria.
Our nations are worlds apart, but they feel so close. Who knows what we could have accomplished had we walked together towards a shared future. And yet, it could never be so. We each had our own to protect.
If only I had met you when I was still alive, then perhaps. But it's no use dwelling upon a miracle that didn't happen. Still, if there's one thing I hope you'll believe, it is this. Brief though it was, I treasured our time together. It pains me to think that its memory will disappear along with me. I know I have no right to ask this of you, but when I'm gone, my people, will you?
We'll take care of them. Don't worry. And we will never forget the Endless. Neither them, nor the time we spent with you. So be free of your burdens, Sphene. And sleep well.
I will. Thank you.
My trophy!
Farewell, my beloved Alexandria.
Yoink. Mine now. I want it fair and square. I like how the trees just stay there, like, it makes sense. But still.
So it was that the Meso-terminal fell dark, and the Endless departed for Oblivion's embrace. Their resplendent paradise was no more, as the memory sustaining it faded with the golden light. Even so, in a way, they live on. This I felt with conviction, as I basked in the glow of a new dawn.
There's a sunrise, so where is this exactly? So again, end of a movie experience, isn't it? The best quest reward in the game? Oh, I'm looking forward to that. Is it a hat? Is it a hat that we are...
It remains to be seen how interdimensional fusion may have affected other reflections. Kryle's parents spoke of the power's capacity for both good and evil. I cannot help but wonder how Svin's deeds will be remembered by those they touched. The key that started it all was entrusted to the adventurer. Such an artifact certainly lies within the Scion's realm of expertise, and no objection was raised to their retaining it for research.
It is another shard, that makes sense. I was just like, wasn't the shard that Alexandria was in consumed by lightning?
By order of Vau Kona, the Sky Deep cenote was placed under the strict watch of the Landsguard.
One kill. A cool Jaja!
With the mighty Bakul Jaja among their number, they shall not want for strength, even in Soralja's absence.
Above the clouds. Ah, that would explain it, I guess.
Upon learning of their queen's passing, the people of Alexandria mourned and wept. Having devoted herself to sparing them sorrow, the sight might well have moved Svin to tears. However, with Wuklamat carrying on her legacy, I have faith that her subjects will know joy once more. As anticipated, the news that young Gululja had succeeded his father as king was greeted with trepidation. Reception was also mixed when Wuklamat came forward to name herself as the boy's guardian. But the people were mollified to learn that Everkeep's systems remained operational, and there would be no impact on their lives.
What about when they run out of souls?
One day, when he is older, Gululja will decide for himself what manner of ruler he will be. Till that day and beyond, may the path of the young king be illuminated by the love of family.
actually didn't notice that, Angel. I think I was too focused on something else, like just immediately teleporting out because the next quest was in the next area. That is an interesting point. I should check that.
Meanwhile, in Tuliyola, the people came together to hail their new Dawn Servant's great victory. Having honored those they lost, they turned their attention to a brighter future and celebrated for 3 days and nights.
Whoa! Since when has the Stadium become a guy that deals with so many children?
Not everything had been resolved, though. Those who had spent 30 years in the Dome struggled to resume their former lives. This and a host of other challenges remained. But as the new Dawn Servants continue to lead with strength and wisdom, the people may be assured that peace will endure.
Is it just black screen for all this, or is there more? There's something. That was a really long quest line. Back in Endwalker, I didn't stream my entire journey of the MSQ, but I can inform you that back then, I started the MSQ like at around the same time of the day as I did for Dawntrail. The difference was that for Dawntrail I spent like hours showcasing stuff. Well, actually I probably started on the MSQ like a few hours later in Endwalker, which doesn't help what I'm about to say. I didn't skip that much dialogue in Endwalker, but admittedly, there's like a lot of things that I've read here where, like, you know, you have to talk with 3 dudes. A lot of the time you just go, whatever, they're just background characters, right? But I spent a significant amount of time doing dailies and, like, not hurrying with the MSQ and just unlocking stuff on the way. Like, just taking my time in Endwalker. And I still finished the Endwalker story like Sunday morning. Like I reached the final dungeon at like 3 in the middle of the night and was like, nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. Too tired. Woke up the next morning and then did it and finished. This time, I'm pretty sure I spent more time per day doing MSQ alone, but it also took like basically a full extra day. I don't know how much longer the Dawntrail MSQ is, but I would argue that even if we went back and counted every single quest and found that it was about the same as Endwalker, whether we do that or not, I'm pretty sure that the quests are longer. There's more stuff in them, more stuff to talk about in them and all that, more stuff happening in them. Like a lot more dialogue, a lot more cutscene. I feel like there was significantly more times than in Endwalker where there was like a 20-minute cutscene. You know what I mean? Angel says Dawntrail has 57% positive reviews on Steam. That's weirdly... People are dissatisfied with MSQ. Well, the thing is, Angel... Let me put it like this. Dawntrail has the same weakness in large part as A Realm Reborn has. Which is... Endwalker did not have this disadvantage. In fact, Endwalker used not having this disadvantage to so much of its advantage that it abused it more than any other expansion. I would say nearly all of Endwalker is just grabbing all the setup from the previous expansion going, I need this, I need this, I need this, and just throwing it in the fire and just finishing this and this and this and this, which means that they quite satisfactorily finished the things that they've set up and left Dawntrail with basically nothing to work with. Like for story plot, so like all of it has been like, well, we have to figure out something new. We have to come up with something new. And I think they did a good job. I don't know what would have been a good story necessarily. Angel says from what I've read from those reviews, they call it Vuklamat Babysitting Simulator. I can see what they mean with that. But I mean, the only difference I feel like with the other stories is that it's just that there's more people that you're kind of babysitting if we're going to get really, really like argumentative about it, right? Personally, I didn't feel that, but that's probably also because the way I looked at it was, well, the reason we're here is because Vuklamat invited us, and we said yes. And then we did. What I found strange about the story was... Actually, something that I find very, very funny about the story is that the first half, just like the first half of Endwalker, could easily have been the whole expansion. To some degree. You could argue that they could have put the first half in the post-game of Endwalker, and then just had the second half be Dawntrail. But perhaps, they think that the cliffhanger of what happens in train station is a bit much to leave us on for like a year. Which, yeah, probably. Angel says also a lot of people did complain about Start not having combat at all. But Endwalker didn't have that. Shadowbringers didn't have that. I guess Stormblood had a little bit of that. Did Heavensward have that? Like, I made the joke that it took me 3 hours and 15 minutes to find combat. But I specifically made that joke because that's how it is in the MSQ. Like, I feel like some people are not realizing what they signed up for. Or forgetting how previous expansions were. Like, I've done the same on Small Kai. I've had 6-hour streams on Small Kai where we fought like 2 things. Because we just didn't get to a dungeon. For whatever reason. So I'm just saying that I feel like they're like some of the reviews justified. If you don't like the story, you don't like the story. If you don't like the story, you don't leave a positive review, of course. There's of course other things in the expansion than the story, so I would say overall if you don't enjoy the expansion, don't leave a positive review. Like, that's fair. It's fair. But if you're saying there was no combat at the start of Endwalker, then I'll have you know that you reach like level 4 or 5 in A Realm Reborn before you see an enemy. And I think that's actually lowballing it. That's not very long, but it does exemplify that Final Fantasy XIV has a tradition of starting the story not with combat. I would have appreciated more combat. I repeatedly made jokes about wanting combat, especially in the earlier parts of the story, because I knew I wasn't going to get it. It wasn't going to happen. Did people want all of the feats to be kill 10 things? You know? Or more, like, the one thing I did notice was that how many solo duties were there? There was the one where you fight Galul Jaja. There's the one where you control Vuklamat. And there's the one where you fight Galul Jaja again. Angel says, I wanted to joke a bit about them making Gunbreaker their poster child. How do you mean? Parent says, just wait until you hear about Pictomancer non-standard. Is that a thing? And what's even Pictomancer standard at this point? Like, I'm pretty sure that you need to go pretty crazy to argue that anything is non-standard for Pictomancer when it came out 2 days ago. Like, I'm pretty sure whatever we settle on is the rotation will be the standard. And then we can talk about what non-standard is after that. Unless, of course, the non-standard that supposedly would exist is so ridiculous that we could argue that, yeah, this isn't normal. Pictomancer non-standard has you clicking off ether hues. For what reason? For what reason would you do that? Angel says Gunbreaker was getting loads of buffs in Endwalker. That's what I wanted to joke about. Oh. As far as I know, a breaking combo would be non-standard if it was possible. The reason why I'm immediately saying I don't understand why you would do that is because Ether Hues gives you access to, you know, the stronger combos, and they're stronger. The difference between... So the thing is that I do realize that there is a difference. There could be an argument, but I can't see it. Is if you finish a combo not in Subtractive Palette, then you generate 25 25 gauge and a white paint. If you finish a combo in Subtractive Palette, then you generate only a white paint, as far as I understand. However, you're also using the stronger combo. So, there could be an argument that you would want to make sure, somehow, that you finish your combos outside of Subtractive Palette, so that you get the gauge, and each step of the Subtractive Palette combo does like 300 more potency each, but ultimately they're the same as the basic combo. So if you make sure you never use Thunder in Magenta, you would have more gauge to work with, which would mean that you could stay in Subtractive Palette mode more. However, it costs you that essentially every time you do a Subtractive Palette combo, you have to cancel before you do Thunder and Magenta. If it's possible to right click off Ether Hues, then you could do that. And that might be a DPS gain. To make sure you always finish your combos with Water in blue and not Thunder and Magenta. And if that is better, yeah, okay, I would say that would be non-standard. That would definitely justify as non-standard. Can you right-click off Ether Hues? Lexi, do you know? Since I know you have Pictomancer level 100, right? Can Pictomancer right-click off their Ether Hues? For those that don't know, the way that Pictomancer's combo works is that they basically click fire in red, and that gives them Ether Hues. Then they use air in green, which gives them Ether Hues too. And then they use water in blue. But if you can right click it, you can forcibly reset your combo because it turns into arrow in green if you have Ether Hues 1. When you say you're on the right track, is there more to it than that, Perrin? Like, aside from this, you're still dealing with your hammer stamps and your living muses, and you have a lot of motifs to make. Lexi says, I don't see why you would. How much potency is fire in red, air in green, and water in blue? And how much potency is blizzard in cyan, stone in yellow, and thunder in magenta? At level 100, notably. I get what you're going for, like, where you're coming from, Lexi, but there is really potentially something to it. 440 into 480 into 520, and then the subtractive palette version. I assume you mean that the combo itself is 800, 840, 880. Oh yeah, it gives you a comment every time you do it. That's actually pretty big. I had completely forgotten about the comment in black. every time you use subtractive palette, you get a comet in black. So having more subtractive palettes gives you more comets in black. That's actually extremely crucial. I actually remember when I was looking into the job, like based on media tour data and stuff like that, I think I talked about this in the spoiler room on the Discord server, that I was really disappointed that the tooltips didn't say that you can't use fire and red while you have subtractive palette. Because if you could, then you could do exactly what Perrin is explaining right now. Like, I basically looked at this and was immediately like, but water and blue is always better. So why would you ever finish with Thunder and Magenta? It would make more sense to, like, do two black steps and one white step, and then two black steps and one white step. Like, as many times as you can. But the alternative is clicking off the hues. That way, you're losing... Each time you click off the hue, right? Each time you click it off, I think you're losing like 120 potency? Does that sound right? Like around 120 potency? Because you're losing the 40 and the 80 from the step 2 and 3 that you're sacrificing. Or perhaps you're only losing 40 because you're ultimately only losing the step 3 that you're not doing. And Comet in black also adding a huge potency gain is probably the deciding factor. But the thing that makes it complicated is exactly that the black combo has a longer GCD. There's also the argument to be made that on a striking dummy, where no mechanics are going to get in your way, this is obviously a DPS gain. As Perinic describes it, it's about 2%. But if the boss forces you to move a lot, what do you mean with 3 rainbow drips, Lexi? I'm pretty sure we're not talking about your burst. That's not either hues, Lexi. That's hyperphantasia. I'm pretty sure that's called hyperphantasia. Either hues is a thing that brings forward your filler combo. Yeah, my point is that... Right, but if you're clicking off your Aether hues, how do you effectively spend your hyperphantasia? You still use your GCD, Lexi. You still use your GCD attacks. I think the difficult part in that is, so what Perrin is saying, you're losing out on a lot of buff potency. You're losing out on a bit of buff potency. As we were talking about, it's like 80 you're losing. Perrin says it's the Starry Muse Comet, Subtractive Palette, Blizzard, Stone, Comet. You'd have to enter with already Subtractive Palette running, I suppose? Or from a previous Subtractive Palette? Am I forgetting something? I don't think so. Lexi, the thing that you're gaining is that so as far as I can see here, what Perrin is suggesting is you do Starry Muse, Comet, Subtractive Palette, Blizzard, reset your ether, like click off your ether hues, Blizzard again, Stone, and then you Comet again, because you got that one, and then you Star Prism. But the key here is that because you did 5 GCDs already, it means that Star Prism doesn't use your Hyperphantasia, and instead you get 5 really long casts in, and then Star Prism is short, you know? And then you have, I don't know, Hammer Stamp for the rest. The key thing that you're losing, Lexi, is that Thunder in Magenta does not give you 25 palette gauge, but Water and Blue does, which means that if you do your burst and you do, Starry Muse, Comet, Subtractive Palette, Blizzard, Stone, Comet, Star Prism, maybe Hammer Stamp combo, I don't know, Rainbow Drip at the end, then when you're done, your next GCD will be Water and Blue. Well, your next filler GCD will be Water and Blue, and it will give you, ding ding, 25 palette gauge, which Thunder and Magenta would not. What you're sacrificing for that is like 80 potency. I think it's 80 based on what you said, because you're using Blizzard instead of Thunder, and there's an 80 potency difference. But it gives you better resources for later. Basically, like, you're choosing between 80 more potency in your burst. How do you fit your hammer in as well, though? Well, Comet during Hyperphantasia takes, I believe, 2.5 seconds. Blizzard, Stone, Comet also each takes 2.5 seconds. So far, that's 12.5 seconds. And then Star Prism goes up to 15. So if you're really good at timing it, you can fit all of the hammer combo in right at the end, where the last step might happen before the 20 seconds are up. And that's also what I said.
Sorry, we haven't been able to talk properly. Oh, between the reconstruction work and Papa's funeral, I've hardly had time to breathe.
That's the point, Lexi. That's also what I said earlier. That's also what I said earlier. This kind of rotation, where you're going, well, it is the most damage, is something that is usually like tested in a blank slate environment where there's no mechanics. And ultimately, like, it's mathematically optimal to do. Now, what is possible is a different story. That's also what causes Black Mage rotation to get complicated, because we already know that standard is really good. Like, you just, do your 6 fire 4s and all that. But actually doing that and consistently finishing your fire states, it's not easy when there's, like, things flying around everywhere. And then going, but what if you could have more subtractive palettes as a Pictomancer? That is technically a DPS gain. Lexi, optimally, it is possible to have at least 8 GCDs in a 20-second buff window, especially with the speed buff that Hyperphantasia provides. What Perrin offered is a sequence that has 6 GCDs in it, which means that it will have 2 steps of the hammer combo. Anyway,
but at long last, there's a lull in my duties. You've done more for us than we could ever hope to repay. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
When we left Eorzea behind to take part in the contest, none of us could have predicted what complications would follow.
Lexi, I feel like you're underestimating how clever players can get about making sure that their rotation is perfect.
You truly have a knack for finding trouble, my friend. And you wouldn't have it any other way.
So what's next for you? Assuming you're still set on leaving the Gleaner's life behind?
I'm off to fulfill my mother's dream, of course. Like she had intended, I'll embark on a journey in search of the unknown. She's sure to enjoy my stories when we meet again in the Ethereal Sea.
Well, well, sounds like a plan. But will you have the coin to get by?
I may no longer be a gleaner, but I still have contacts in Sharlayan. Contacts with deep pockets, always eager to pay for information on new or rare species.
You've got it all worked out. And what of you? Any new adventures in the offing? Regardless, until you're ready to leave, you're our guest here in Tulihyolal. And this time, I won't pester you to take up a post. By now, I know you well enough to know you can't stay in one place. No more than you can ignore the plight of those in need. Your path will always lead you elsewhere, and you'll continue walking it. Isn't that so?
An adventurer to the marrow you are. What is it exactly that spurs you on?
All the sights I've yet to see. My trophy! Hmm? Well, as much as I'd love to keep chatting, I need to get going. Still a heap of things to do, and it wouldn't do to leave it all to Kuna. By the way, did Gululja decide to remain in Solution 9? He did. He said that he can consider Tulihyolal his home, but he's more comfortable over there. Shale keeps an eye on him for us. But we'll visit him as often as we can. He still needs our support, especially while he's agonizing over his inherited authority. Though I told him he needn't make a decision right away. We can't postpone it forever either. I'll do whatever I can to help Gululja, as well as everyone inside the dome. I promised as much to Sreen. For my part, I'll keep to Tyrol for a time. Among other things, I'd like to look into the problem with the wildlife in Shaloni. So if you get the urge, Caetsu, let's go on another journey together. There's still plenty of places I'd like to show you. Now that sounds like fun. If you ever have need of me, I'll come running. Oh, and before I forget, I also have a gift for you. Can you guess what it is? I don't know, is it tacos? It's an alpaca! It comes from Topley's stable, of course, and it's as sure-footed as they come. Perfect for an adventurer who's always on the move, eh? Here, this is the whistle for calling it. Well then. Right, I'll really get going now, but I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Till next time, take care. Oh, she looks tired. Fellow citizens of Alexandria, ever since our beloved queen's passing, you have understandably abided in grief. Sorrow darkens your once bright faces. What is this? What Her Majesty would have wished to see? No, most assuredly not. You know this to be true. If we are to honor her memory, we must reclaim our smiles. To that end, turn on the graphics card! It's gamer time! Graphics card is broken, as you can see. That's right, friends! After a long hiatus, I'm pleased to announce the grand reopening of the Arcadian. The realm's finest fighters stand ready to entertain you in glorious and thrilling combat. Come and join us, I bid you, and let your cares be forgotten. Skies aflame proclaim night's end, and thoughts unto the adventure tend. The brave make haste, o'er hill and I didn't manage to reach all that. There's too much, man. There's too much. There's too much. Right, I was asked to go back to, what's it called? Living Memory? Think I can finally play Minecraft and mods with that beast? Yeah, probably. But not too many mods. Did you mean anywhere in particular, Angel? I think it was you that mentioned it. Was this it? Show off the llama mount? Yeah, it does play a sadder version. Oh boy, it's a long way down. Also, by the way, look, it says fair skies. Where shouldn't it be sunny now then? Or does that mean cloudy like this? This is very fluffy. Is there anything else? Is there anything else? Guess not. So anyway, when I started this morning at 11, my time, I kept a close eye on how quickly I was clearing the quests. Like I was like, all right, we got one quest. We've done 3 quests, 1 hour's passed. And then, like 2 hours passed, 6 quests completed, and so on and so forth. I kept close track of how far I had gotten, because like, I started this session with 37 quests left. And I was like, well, if I do 3 quests per hour, then I can't make it. And when I had finally reached the point where it was like I was doing 3 quests per hour, and I also had like an extra one I had done. Like I had 3 per hour plus 1. I decided I can't make it because the credits will take too long. So I took a break, come back, and then the rest of the session, every quest took more than 20 minutes, pretty much. Just consider that if I had somehow kept the time that I had in the first stream today, or yesterday at this point, then we would have finished 3 hours ago. So, yes. Was it Default that said earlier that the last part is really long? Yeah, it is. It's really long. I believe we spent 6 hours on the part after the second trial. Like, after the second trial, we spent 6 hours doing what was left. So yeah. Exactly, it was Default. I wasn't sure if you were still here. It's very late. We're not that many. But that was the MSQ. From me, at least. And Black Mage, specifically. And now, I just have to do the rest of the stuff. Unlock flying everywhere. Do all the other unlocks. What? Random. One should be in Thrall and one in Solution 9. Thank you. I actually promised a few friends that I will wait with running them until they have actually completed the MSQ and can join me for them. So I'll probably do that. And I might experience those off stream even. However, I have plans to do a lot of like leveling on stream. If that is something of interest, that'll at least be something that isn't very spoilery. Beyond the part that, I mean, I have to say, for Endwalker, I feel like both Vanaspati and Caetsu's Hyperborea are like dungeons that you can kind of hand wave off. Like, you can just show the less spoilery parts and it doesn't look that bad. And Tower of Zod and Tower of Babel are like they just look like a dungeon. In a big part, like, it's not surprising that you'll find Guardians as the enemy. Like, there's a lot of dungeons in Endwalker that, you know, if you see it out of context, doesn't matter. But from here and forward, this feels insanely spoilery. Like, it's a lucky coincidence that the final boss of Origenics isn't Seralja. So what I'm getting at is they're going to be awkward to run with people that haven't done the story yet. Because it'll be like if you're in the middle of if you haven't even reached the Dawntrail MSQ, then this could be anything, right? But if you're like here in the MSQ, and you see me doing Origenics, you'll be like, this is level 99 dungeon? How does this become this? Right? Like, that becomes a weird kind of spoiler. But yes, I will probably be doing a lot of leveling on stream now. And eventually I'll finish leveling everything, and then I'll just have to make all the guides. But I will start on it, like, already. With that said, I think that's where we're going to be finishing up the stream. Yeah. So, what are you leveling next? Viper. Exactly, Default. It switches so hard that it feels like that it's impossible for someone to not go, wait, what's happening? Anyway, if you enjoyed the company of me or the wonderful people in the chat, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can also join, where you'll find some of the people at least. You'll also find a weekly schedule that I usually update Sunday or Monday, so that'll be tomorrow, although it might look different than normal because there'll be some parts that I'm not even sure whether I'll be able to manage in time, such as job guides. But there you can see what else is coming up on the channel, and you can see when they happen. You can also go to the announcement room and find links to the streams and videos when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role, and then you get notifications when these things come out. You also get an extra reminder around 15 minutes before something time sensitive like a stream comes out. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system. That tells YouTube that this was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you want to support me even more directly, you can become a member, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat stuff. And if you would rather not in the YouTube things, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps me directly to be able to make all of this kind of stuff for all of you without having to worry about, oh, is it actually something people want to see? I just have to worry about if it's something you want to see. So thank you all so much for the support. And I think that's everything. How much did I stream today? Was that 14 or 15 hours? In this weekend, I've streamed way more than I've slept. I think I might actually have streamed twice as much as I have slept. So, yeah, I was worried day 2 waking up that my voice might not be able to make it with the sheer amount of voice lines. I was actually going into this going, surely they have even more voiced cutscenes now. They did. They also had more cutscenes just in general and more dialogue. So yeah, there's a lot. But that will be all from me. So good night to this jazz. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.